Yes, we are now recording and we are set up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December
Good
7th.
morning.
Here. Marjorie.
Here.
Aaron. Here. Doug. Here. Jim. Here. Mike. I'm here. Elizabeth.
Oh, there she is.
Maureen. Paul. See Paul on the.
Paul's going to come in around 10 o'clock.
That was Mr. Fuller. Good morning. Christina.
Yes.
Donna.
Yes.
Mackenzie.
Here.
Greg. Here. Shannon.
Here.
Jill. Here. Full slate. Bryce. Here. You must be for those.
I am.
I'm the
Oh, she's
host.
on.
Mackenzie's the host.
Why is Bryce on the?
Oh, I'm just in here just monitoring like chats and if
Okay.
people have their hands up, you know.
All right. Yeah, you're should be.
It's new.
Hold on. Okay, we have one guest.
Yes.
Two.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Would you like to identify yourself?
Rex Gallion, HD Gallion Associates, survey company.
Great. Welcome. Anyone on the phone wish to introduce themselves?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Luke Lyman Grover. I'm just here as a guest.
Great. Welcome.
I think he was at our last call.
Okay, let's look at the order of agenda.
I moved the order of the agenda. Second.
Quick comment on the agenda. We're trying a little bit different order to try and get the executive session done before we go into public comments so that the public knows they could join us later and not really miss anything. So we'll see how that works. Any other discussion about the order of agenda? All those in favor of approving the order of agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this time we'll go into executive session. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, and for the purposes set forth therein, the board will move into the closed session portion of the meeting to consult with the board attorney, discuss matters related to enforcement and cases in current litigation. Executive session will last until 9 a.m. Once the closed executive session concludes, the board reconvenes open session. It is now 8:37. We will reconvene open session at 9 a.m. Kinsey, please lock the recording. Say that.
Okay,
Okay, we're up and ready?
Yep.
All right, time to reconvene our special board meeting. I forgot to do this during roll call, but welcome to Bryce.
Hello. Calling you again.
Could you just briefly kind of introduce yourself and your background and what your role is here with us?
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, I'm a Olympia local, born and raised in the Olympia area, lived here my whole life, love it. Background started off a lot of just base level, you know, work and everything from cost to start with, but I most recently with the Secretary of State for a few years. I was in the Corporate and Charities Division working with for-profit, nonprofit corporations and the legal filings associated with those. Yeah, I moved on to BRPELS recently. Very happy I did so. It's a great organization, and you know, some of the stuff I love. I'm a very outdoorsy person. Love like mountain biking, hiking, hanging out with the dogs, my wife, stuff like that. So yeah, just thank you for all being here, and it was great to meet y'all.
Great, welcome.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, let's move to the approval of the October 12th meeting minutes.
Move to approve the minutes as written.
Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes? Are they perfect?
You know, they usually wait to hear me give them minutes.
Yeah, Doug, are they okay? All right, any more discussion on the minutes? All those in favor to the motion to approve the minutes of October 12th meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. We're to the public comment opportunity portion of the meeting. All board meetings are open to the public, and the board invites comments and discussion from the general public. Individuals may give verbal comments during the public comment period with 3 minutes allotted to each speaker. You may comment about any matter that is on the agenda, any matter that concerns you. Board meetings are not adjudicative proceedings nor hearings, so the board cannot accept and consider direct oral testimony in support of or opposition to any given complaint or application. Before you give comments, we encourage you to familiarize yourself with the board's statutory authority. All public comments are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Anyone wish to make a public comment at this time?
Yes, sir. So I'd like to speak to the board or read what I prepared to the board here. I'm here today because I wanted to put face behind the letter that I sent to the board regarding NCESPS exam. Here it is. I did receive a response and I appreciate that. I'm not asking for any special accommodations, although I'd like to share some of my experience with you. My name is Rex Gallion. I started land surveying in the early 90s as chainman. I have had the opportunity to work with several land surveyors over the years. I have wanted to obtain my PLS for several years. 2012, I purchased the assets of Holdenbeck DeWitt and Associates out of Enumclaw. Prior to doing so, I reached out to the board to make sure I was covering all my bases with licensing and so on. So since I had not wanted to do anything to prevent me from obtaining that PLS. I decided to take the FS exam and totally flopped. I had wanted to see what I was getting myself up against. In the meantime, my PLS of staff decided to move on to other employment, and I hired Phil Sargent, whom some of you may know. Once again, I called the board to ask the proper way to make changes and have done so. Now I had in my mind that I definitely needed to pursue my PLS so I didn't have to go through this again, almost losing my business and my livelihood. I reached out to Rich Lane, who some of you may know. Rich agreed to come on board as a private tutor. We would meet 2 to 3 times a week at 5:30 a.m. for 2-hour sessions and learning. After several attempts, I recently passed my FS exam in June of last year. Rich has been hanging in with me now for 6 years. I have learned a world of great things about land surveying. I also have a great group of what I call friends who are licensed and have no problem reaching out for advice. Periodically, they reach out to me for my advice as well. After passing the FS exam, Rich encouraged me to jump into the Washington Specific and PS exams. In September, I passed the Washington State Specific test with help from Mr. Lane. I purchased the PS practice exam and immediately scored 85% in my office with the practice exam. Although when I get to test day, my test anxiety sets in and I seem to make things harder than they really are. I have now owned HDGA land surveying for 13 years come January 1st. I have just recently made another appointment to take the test in February. In closing, I was wondering if the board would consider passing along my experience to NCEF. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Is there any other public comment? Yeah, Ken?
Dave, can we ask a question and respond quickly?
Please, yeah.
So have you contacted NCWS and asked for their opinion and accommodation for certain things? Sir, I'm not familiar, and maybe we've talked to you that way, but have you contacted NCWS and they've shared your experience as well and asked for potential accommodation?
I'm not really asking for special accommodations because I would like to, ask like everybody else. I have reached out to them to see if there's other type of study materials or anything else that they offer to help me in studying.
Okay.
And they told me that's.
Why don't we talk offline? I think we have your contact information. We can contact NCWS and ask them their opinion for you, and but because they have set guidelines and we don't usurp those. It's their exam and their process, and it's all federally, locked in. It meets all accommodation, ADA, and everything. But it's important that they know. And we've done this before. We've asked for NCWS to provide some, just connecting you and the exam folks that provide accommodation. Yeah.
Hey, Ken,
I would appreciate that.
can I just give you the letter that Mr. Gallion sent us and then my response to him so that you have that and we can talk about it?
Okay.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I just was going to say, let's either discuss this at the next meeting or take this offline for the staff to deal with. So we don't get on to this topic during our meeting, just because we have to follow our agenda. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yep.
My apologies.
Yeah. Greg, one comment, maybe it's a thing for the outreach communications committee, but looking at resources for studying for the exams. Maybe we can have a library or a recommendation. I don't know.
Links on the website?
Yeah. Because I think NCWS, I've known others that are kind of wondering too, God, what should I get to study? Okay.
For the next CTF meeting.
Yeah, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Anyone online? Thank you. Okay. Let's move along to disciplinary action. 4.1, case deliberation. Bill and Bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one case that's being recommended for closure today. The case number is 2023-08-1797-00ENG, and Mrs. Lund is the case manager.
All right. The complainant resides within city limits with a concern over the use of unopened public right-of-way adjacent to this property. The complaint is about the communications of the mayor, who is a licensed PE. The complaint states that the city engineer displayed unprofessional conduct and engaged in prohibited conduct, acts, and conditions as stipulated in RCW 1843-105, section 2.3.10, and RCW 18-235-130, 1 and 4. The complainant had contacted the city police department about vehicles parked on city right-of-way. The unopened right-of-way is between two properties and is intended for the purpose of extending a street if needed. In the responding police officer's report, he states that he did not find a vehicle blocking the respondent's driveway, but saw a truck and trailer parked on the other side of the driveway. He refused to tow the vehicles since he was not in a position for property. The officer also states that later in the day, he went to the city offices, spoke with the city engineer, and put the city engineer's response in his report. The complaint states that the city engineer falsely fabricated the status of the right-of-way and the fact that there are ordinances that define the requirements that adjacent property owners are required to maintain public right-of-way in this particular condition. In his response to the city engineer, relevant documentation and explanation of the term unopened right-of-way as defined in county code and the requirements for maintaining right-of-way as stated in the city ordinances. There is no indication of a violation by the respondent. First of all, the citing or interpretation of ordinances and regulations are not considered the practice of engineering, so the work of the respondent is not under the jurisdiction of BRPELS. In the full review of case documents, the case manager does not find any example of spoken or written words from the respondent that are unethical or unprofessional. Therefore, the case manager recommends closure without further action. Is there a motion?
I move. I'll second.
Okay.
I move to accept the case manager's report.
I'll second that one.
Thank you. We have a motion to accept the recommendation of the case manager. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of accepting the case manager's recommendation for case 2023-08-1797-00ENG, please say aye. Are there any opposed?
I abstain.
Motion is accepted. First. Disciplinary, was that's it on the case?
Yes.
Okay. Disciplinary report. Bill.
Okay, so here's the report. It's actually, we're holding steady. There's actually, there are 5 cases that will be gone off of the total right now. I think things are moving along really well, and I just want to thank all you case managers for being very responsive to myself and Chris and Ken when we're bugging you, and the emails that you keep getting. And so, yeah, thank you very much. I think things are moving along, and you guys are really being responsive. So, I'd be glad to answer.
So, one question I have is the time component of case review or cases, right? We get emails on occasion. Is there something at which is on our SharePoint site or share that we can see this time?
Like how long you've had it?
Or just how long it's supposed to take?
Oh,
I
I know
don't-
that timeline.
Yeah,
You know, I have that, I have the, a flow chart that has the kind of like the suggested timelines that I could put that on, under the board resources site, so you guys can go look at it. Mike, I think I gave you a copy of it when we met, and so it has like the timeline.
Countdown clock.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Usually it's the ones that are like plus 30, plus 60, plus 100 days.
Those emails are supposed to be giving you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put that on the. Any other question?
A comment, and Ken, maybe you could make comment during your director's report, but this reminds me, you know, we've had a surveying pro tem in the past help with cases. And so maybe you can update us on any thoughts or strategy you have on helping with the case managers or cases for surveying.
Yeah. Mackenzie talked specifically about that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Comments about the report? All right. Let's move on to committee reports. Practice committee, Ivan.
So the practice committee met on November 27th at 1 p.m., both virtually, and we had the board office open for guests. Attending were committee members, myself, Doug and Aaron. We had Dave as a guest. Staff attending was Ken, Christina, Joe, Shannon, Mackenzie, Greg, Bryce, and Elizabeth. We reviewed the complaint and administrative closures. Total complaints received since the last time we met was 5. Engineering complaints 2, surveying complaints 3. So surveying overtook the engineering. Yeah.
Shoot for the moon.
Yeah.
Right.
Closures were 4, engineering closures 2, surveyor closures 1, on-site closure, designer closure was 1. Compliance report, we've got currently 4 individuals on compliance monitoring. Ryan Hawkins, Ken Huxell, Clifton Berkeley, and Stephen Morta. Mr. Hawkins has been turned over to collections, and the board is pursuing civil action. We're working on developing a new report because Mr. Hawkins is no longer in compliance, so to put him on a compliance report would be, I think, error in the actual report. So we're going to work on developing a report that has our long-term people that are just completely out of compliance, which Mr. Hawkins will be in, and Mr. Hodge, is that how he says that? Which is from years ago.
Yeah, yes.
So we've got 2 that'll be on that report that we'll work on at random times, keeping tabs to make sure they're still not practicing in Washington State.
Can I interrupt for a quick question? Is that why then that report wasn't in the packet? Because isn't it usually included in the packet, the board packet?
It's the PC packet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Huxell is going through the appeal process. There's no action to take on our AAG's part at this time. The board will pursue civil action once the final appeal is determined. Mr. Berkeley and Mr. Morta are both in compliance. With their board orders. They're doing good. The next thing we talked about was the RCW 1843 task force. Basically, we'll discuss this in the new business, but in a nutshell, the task force would like to just query the board and make sure that the approved back in 2022 is still what we want to move forward with. And then if that's the case, task force can push forward with that and start the public meetings, stakeholder meetings that we have to have. So we'll get to that.
I can ask this question for clarification. The language was drafted, but you used the word approved.
We approved.
Did we approve the language? Okay.
But we've got two new board members since then, you and Mike, so that was before your guys' time, so I want to make sure that.
That's you guys why I don't remember.
You don't remember, yeah.
I think that there's a reason. But you asked.
PDH audits update, so staff PDH audits. 5 land surveyors were audited as well as 2 on-site designers. The licensees were selected 90 days prior to the renewal date, which I kind of like the staff did that because it allows, if the individuals are running behind, allows them to kind of a wake-up call and have 90 days to get their hours in. The PLS licenses audited have responded with all the necessary documents. One individual needed just 1 more credit to reach the requirements. And we'll have time remaining to get that credit. One OS has responded and is short requirements by approximately credits. This individual will have time to obtain the required credit prior to licensing renewal. The second OS licensee has not responded as the
Hear from that second. Yeah.
Okay. So both have responded to the audit. The committee also discussed the NCES CPC database on continuing education update. Staff report 39, which is still under review by the AG and report February 2024 PC. And the action items coming up was administrative closure. An issue was discussed by the PC regarding interpretation by a permit authority for a permit that was issued. The PC would like to refer this issue to the structural committee for review and look at different jurisdictions interpretations for
Okay.
it's
We can explain it.
read there when you read the is when plaintiffs, sorry, Doug and any comments?
During the PH, what is ability to submit those sure response.
Good addition. Thank you, Doug.
we're hoping that the system that Polaris is going to be able to start eventually get fixed and do that automatically for us. So there's a flag, and if they try to renew it, it'll get flagged, and then it'll go to Bana for approval or.
They're alerted that they don't have a valid license anymore?
Well, I mean, not until they try to renew, but I mean, obviously, I will stay in touch with them if I don't hear from them. I'm gonna get in touch with them about, hello, you need to, provide this documentation or your license won't be able to be renewed.
That's in the audit notice.
Yes.
I moved to receive the PC committee report.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to receive the practice committee report. Is there any discussion?
I would like to present the task force 1843 recommendations when we get to that part of the business. There's some choices.
Multiple choice.
Choice quiz.
Let's see. Choose the best.
Let me see, what can you select?
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to receive the practice committee report? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Just as a clarification, the reason I vote to receive is because the actions that would be subject to board approval.
right. We'll receive all reports, so
If the report has a action to approve, then you approve them.
okay, we can debate that later.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to exam qualifications committee report. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met on November 27th at 3:30 PM. By teams and person. Committee members present was myself, Marjorie, and Mike. Staff support was Ken, Chris, Shannon, Bonnet, Mackenzie. Discussion topics were that the committee approved the language for WAC 19621 and is requesting the board to approve CR 103.
Well, two. It should be.
102.
Yes. That was my time.
Yes, okay. And the committee approved the language for WAC 19626A and 19630 and requesting the board approve the language. For filing CR 102, staff will be sending out language for stakeholder comments. We're not asking for that CR 102 yet. The WSU construction engineering program is being discontinued. Students in the program currently will be transferring to the civil engineering degree. WSU is requesting for students who have graduated prior to the discontinuation be approved to obtain 4 years education experience. Action items for the meeting were staff to respond to WSU inquiry concerning construction engineering degree, discontinuance, and clarify patient information in the original email. And under strategic planning, this with board during strategic planning agenda item. That is the report. Any questions?
I move we receive the committee chair's report.
Or do we approve the report because we're asking for approval of the board? That's the board's.
Yeah. I think everything you're seeking approval on is a new business. Is that correct? Okay. Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any more discussion on the report?
I would ask maybe a little bit of, do we know what are the primary drivers for continuity of the construction?
They are not going towards the ABET accreditation any longer. They don't have another. Yeah.
What really helped me understand it was that they are not accredited yet. They were pursuing accreditation and then they chose not to because they're going to drop the program. There are people who have graduated in the program
And still not a bit accredited.
and it was not ABET accredited. We said we will look at it the way we look at anyone who comes out of a non-ABET program.
Thank you. I would comment that my wife is now teaching civil and electrical engineering courses at WSU. And she is fighting a massive laxness on the part of their staff, their teaching staff, in detailing the needs for ABET accreditation. They don't work at it very hard. And so we may be looking at seeing more applicants without such accreditation.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to receive the exam qualification report, please say aye. Is anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, executive committee. I think executive committee met yesterday, bright and early at 8 a.m., December 6th. Committee members present were Aaron, Doug, and myself. Staff, Ken, Shannon, Greg, Chris, Elizabeth, Kinsey, Anna, Bryce, Paul, and Ivan attended as a guest. We looked at the financial report from Paul. We heard that we are in good financial condition. In operating account fund. Additionally, the agency will underspend its appropriation by about $420,000. Reported that for the period of July $644,000 in revenue versus $705,000 last biennium. This represents a reduction of about 12.4% relative to last biennium. Due to the fact that revenue has trailed the prior biennium for 4 consecutive months, he lowered the revenue projection from $4.32 million to $4.10 million. The new projection is equal to 95% of the prior biennium, 2021 to 23 revenue. Staff was directed to get renewal and application data from the last 24 months and compare application/renewals received to actual revenue received. A little investigation just to kind of see why the difference in revenue. Tim provided the director's report, informed the committee that staff evaluations will be completed within the next month. Staff is working on an automation project for the BRPELS and OS law reviews. Chris informed the committee that she and Bruce Kramer and Vana have attended demonstrations with two companies that are in process of reviewing the services they provide. Their recommendations will be forwarded to Ken. BRPELS and DOL are in a process of finalizing the interagency agreement. Oops. Sorry. We discussed the director's evaluation process. That's under new business. Because he presented the draft for us to discuss. Greg, we were running out of time, so Greg's report was pretty brief. We'll hear more about that today. We discussed the logo, and the committee is recommending approval of the logo that will be unveiled today. I know there's a big unveiling. NCWS emeritus status discussion. Ken talked to us about developing a policy. So that's something that we'll work on and bring to a future board meeting. And we quickly discussed the 2024 legislative session and that it begins January 8th. We're currently monitoring 3 bills. We touched on strategic planning items of remaining engaged and informed on deregulation, continuing an emphasis on outreach and education, measuring the performance and gaining stakeholder feedback that is relevant and useful for improving our agency, and measuring the licensing software, system software functionality from stakeholders. There were a couple of action items. Staff was directed to get the renewal application data from the last 24 months, compare applications and renewals received, actual revenue received, and staff was directed to create the policy procedures regarding emeritus members at NCWS. That's it for the report.
I move we receive the executive committee chair's report.
Second. Thank you. It's moved and seconded to receive the executive committee report. Is there any discussion?
Yes, what are the 3 bills we're monitoring?
Really quick. It doesn't have to do with the condominium change to what kind of that. Yeah, they had some really weird acronym yesterday.
That's one.
Okay, so let me log in, sorry. Aquatic land surveys and payments for. So it's 18, it's House Bill 1863.
1863.
One of them is concerning the Public Records Accountability Committee. We're just like monitoring that. That's 5779.
5779.
And then one is Senate Bill 5796. It's common interest communities.
Right, that's the condo.
5796.
Thank you.
5779.
Oh, I just closed it.
Yeah.
I wrote it down.
Just closed it. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to receive the executive committee report, say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? Great. I've been notified that there's a little audio issue with those online. We'll take a break after the survey committee report, but maybe if we try speaking up more, that might help. So survey committee report, Aaron.
All right. So the survey committee met yesterday in this room, December 6th at 9:30 a.m. Committee members present, myself, Jim, and Dave. We did have support staff, Chris, Shannon, Jill, Vonna, Greg, Bryce, Mackenzie, guests were Elizabeth. We also had, we had Ken in the room.
Yeah, sorry, Ken, forgot.
Ken was in the room.
Virtually.
Whoops.
Yeah, remote. So,
Oh,
a few things discussed quickly. Greg discussed the Monument Preservation Outreach and Education Project. The most recent edition of the Journal had an article about monument preservation written by Paul Galley. There was a discussion about who to include in the outreach on our outreach list and who to create a stakeholder list from, and the best way to reach the intended audience. There was discussion about and review of 196, 120 and the effectiveness of the PDA categories listed in the WAC. So again, 196, 120 is the PDH. It has all the categories for and what the PDH values are. Let's see, and then we talked about staff gathering, providing data and a more in-depth discussion the next committee meeting. So that's an action item. Vonna gave a great presentation on the functions of Scantron. So Scantron is used or is being used for our state-specific survey exam, and so she just basically walked us through how our questions are getting into a Scantron system and how that's going to be utilized in the future. There was discussion on the next steps of proposed change to WAC 19629, 110, moving specific words around of that WAC. Shannon mentioned a small business economic impact statement would need to be done before moving forward with a CR 102 and any proposed changes, if any, the WAC would need to be approved by the full board. So if is that on our agenda today?
So,
The WAC 196 29 110. Okay. So
I was saying any future
Right,
changes
right.
would need to be approved, not this one in particular.
okay, okay. So those are the 4 items that we discussed within our survey committee. We also had a couple strategic planning items about determining the pathway to the state-specific PLS exam. If this board remembers, there's action being taken at the NCWS level, which is creating a divisional portion of the public land survey system, and so that's going to impact. We don't know how or at what level it's going to impact our state-specific PLS exam. So we're watching for that. And we also, on the strategic planning items, we're working with DNR on proposed update of the Survey Reporting Act. And I think that Chris has been in touch with Pat Beeler at the DNR for continued collaboration with that group. So we had 4 action items come out of our meeting to make sure that all future meeting agendas and packets are sent to specific stakeholders, being DNR, LSAW, and Tom Barger is the liaison for the Land Surveyors Association, and then Paula Galley, who also has been very hopeful in the profession as far as the DNR advisory board. Let's see, We also have action item. Greg will reach out to APWA specifically to see if we can do a presentation at the next conference in April on monument preservation. Chris and Jill will put together data from the most recent PDH audits and send out to committee members by the February meeting. So that's into, I think that we heard that from other committees. Jill will pull together information from other Western Zone states as far as the PDH requirements, because other states do have PDH requirements, and it's important for us to look to other states as how they are regulating it, and not that we're going to change anything, but just it's good to have that information. Meeting adjourned at 11:11. And that's all I have to report.
There's one more action item, Aaron, and that was we were going to look to our psychometrician on the PAC study and get their advice on the requirements for the state-specific exam, and work with the committee on either modifying the contract with their psychometrician but get direction to the board members so you guys could give us, way through what options there are.
Okay.
I thought there was also some discussion about going with Anissa and Elizabeth about
Yes.
the language for 196.
Setting up a meeting.
Yeah, you're right. Jim, thank you. Yeah, we were going to set up a meeting with myself as chair, and Elizabeth as AAG, and the prosecution team, or Denita specifically.
The language of the CR1.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
As far as the JTA goes, on the PLS, I thought we'd have to wait till June or July.
It would have to be a new contract.
Yeah, it would have to be a brand new contract. We can't amend the current contract. We have to wait until the next.
For the cost of the JTA, it wouldn't fit in the
Right.
contract amount that it have right now.
Right.
That we're authorized to spend.
I move to receive the survey committee report.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to receive the survey committee report. Is there any discussion? I have one question. Maybe it's a future meeting board item to look at your survey committee recommendations on the PDHs. I can't remember the WAC number. 196.34.
We're going to do that as a committee.
Right, so let's.
We'll restate it. So it was to
What was the WAC? 191.
196.16, 120.
Right.
120, and I got 196.34. Is that what it
That's
is?
the onsite one.
I would only comment that I think what's been seen as a best practice for detailed threats also identify clearly when it's not established as predatory violence. At multiple states of licensure that for their PDH CBC stuff say 0 credit is provided for these kind of things. So you may, as a committee, consider that to be, so that it can be clear in assessment of, you did wrong with it.
And the other thing that was discussed is limiting the amount of credits on some activities. So,
Carriage, oh, well, usually that burns out with, how much you can plow to carry over.
well, or one activity or one topic over and over.
Well, I think in the, what's in the onsite, and included, you know, like attending board meetings, but no more than 7.5 hours a year.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, some of the, I mean, in reviewing quickly and going down through the categories, some categories have limits, and some don't. I think that it's time that the committee, just overall review WAC, just like we review other WACs to ensure that that they're relevant, ensure that they're what the public needs.
Yeah,
In my ignorance, but some of the categories have minimums, like you need 10 credits of this or 5 credits of that.
No,
No.
there are some states like New York and Florida where they say this has to be done here in our institutions, essentially. Because New York is the licensing board is part of the Department of Education, right? In Florida, they have, you know, like a requirement that says the ethics portion is going to be done in our set, right here.
Right.
Yeah, so we're not.
And that's a specific, this needs to be included, and that might come from the committee in the next board meeting. That's a recommendation, so.
I think, but definitely some examples, look at least on the engineering side, the 2 Canadian provinces that I'm licensed in, Alberta and BC, they have those sorts of, they have caps, but they also have minimums for different portions. In the US, the only state that I'm familiar with that does that is Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a cap, but also a minimum.
yeah, I mean, so far, land surveyors are the only discipline and profession that is required to satisfy 2 H's right now.
It's like on-site planners also have it.
I was getting to that.
Oh.
Okay. Okay,
Dot.
okay. All I need to report.
Sorry, Aaron. Any other discussion? All right, all those in the favor of the motion to receive the survey committee report, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion carries. Did audio get any better?
No, I can see it. It seems like it's cutting out. I really think it's just the owl. I'm gonna stop sharing audio, video,
Reset.
just and see if
Okay.
that changes that.
How much time do you think you'll need?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. I like numbers that are easy to remember. How about we reconvene at 10:05? Order. Order in the boardroom. All right, it's time to reconvene. We just completed committee reports, so we're on to new business. 6.1, the 1843 task force discussion. I,
The pretty large enough. Yeah, you've got, so. I did have, you guys got the.
Trying to bring it up.
No, not that one.
with it, and it's over. That would help clarify some of the definitions. And whether we feel that, and it would not go to the, it's my understanding, we would not move forward with it with the legislative session this year, but instead we would, before we move that way, we want to have meetings with stakeholders. So engineering organizations, any way that we can reach out to so that's for discuss options of how you want to work on this this section. And so instead of saying we want to go through this language and review it and approve it, I want to start by saying we want to look at just how much we want to dig into. So on the second page of the task meeting report that's in the board packet, there is a multiple choice result. So the question is, does the board as a whole want to task the PC with forth with language that meets one of these options? So for instance, a simple cleanup of the RCW 1843 would be just some of the things that need to be cleaned up because of other decisions and legislations we made. And if we want a further discussion of that, Shannon, talk about the simple, but let me just give you the options. The second is the definition of engineer, which of course I don't have the section in front of me, but we have under definitions, the following terms are defined this way as used in this chapter. And one of them is engineer means professional engineer. And so if that's part of the confusion in terms of when a person calls themselves an engineer, are they licensed or not? Is there a better way to define that? So that would be kind of the cleanup there for both engineering and land surveyors. And we could go through the whole chapter putting professional in front, professional engineer, professional land surveyor, as opposed to this idea that engineer means professional engineer as defined in the beginning. The third option is just don't do anything. Don't open it up for legislative changes. Just go with it as it is. Fourth is we can say that certain titles are protected. And we can put something in the RCW that says that there are titles that are protected by law, and then we would define those titles in the WAC. And I think there was some language in the proposed previous legislation that that covered that. Lastly, number 5 is not a part of the multiple choice. It's kind of a separate issue. We talked about opening up board membership to allow for an on-site wastewater designer. And if you want the task force to look at that, we could propose some language to do that. So that's kind of a separate 1 to 4 is sort of a choice. This is separate. And then RCW 18-10 is the on-site chapter. We can just do some basic cleanup in that will align it more. Shannon did a lot of work in trying to say, can we just incorporate that into 1843? And when the task force looked at it, we decided that just wasn't an overall improvement. But there are some things that we need to clean up in 18210, and so we're looking to the board to say, yeah, why don't you guys go ahead and propose that? So to start with, it's the first four. What choice does the board want to make? Not to 1843, as it has to do with whether engineer, professional engineer, land surveyor, professional land surveyor needs any kind of clarification. So that's kind of my overall presentation. I'm looking for questions, and maybe we need to put the actual chapter as it stands up on the screen. I don't know if that would be a help to anybody.
Okay, thank you. Can I interrupt for a moment? So we're still having audio issues. We're trying Ken on the phone. Ken is not on the owl.
I think right now, he's on both. Yeah.
Okay, Ken, any improvement? Okay. So let me know if we need to move the phone around to who's speaking. What about Elizabeth?
I mean, I'm fine. I'm used to it's a little garbled, but it's fine.
Okay. Ken, you're still on video, so you see our screen? Okay. All right. Can I ask a question that might add item 7 as an option? I am not aware that we've done significant outreach to stakeholders on this item. And if we have not, I think an option that we could add is, before we make a decision, what do our stakeholders think, particularly about the title issue?
Yeah, we will definitely want to set up stakeholder meetings before we, go to any language approval. If the board says, let's just not deal with 1843. I mean, I guess I feel like some decision needs to be made in terms of what the board wants before, because we will get the entire gamut of responses from stakeholders. So that will give you a little bit of
No, I think
everything. So
I agree. I think it's very important that today we provide direction to the task force. Are you done? Or what are you going to do? And so my question and what I'm wondering is, would the board like to know more information from our stakeholders about term title? I mean, is it broke? If it's not broke, why are we going to fix it then? So
I think that's where we're at, right? Is the task force has certainly compiled all this information. They themselves have reviewed it, came up with these sort of, we need direction from the board on this specific draft. And I think that the task force is calling this, okay, this is our draft of the 1843.
No, that's not the approach we're taking right now. There was a draft that was done a few years ago.
Okay.
We are now stepping back and saying, let's get board approval first of how much change or investigation we want to do. Then let's go to stakeholders, and then let's come up with a draft. Now, we have the draft that was reviewed before, but we were also kind of in a different mindset at that point, feeling very much like something had to be done to redefine engineer, professional engineer. And so I think now in climate, we want to say, does it need any changes? Report system did not direct us to make changes, basically.
Okay, so this right here is basically premature. It's off the table.
Right, we
You're
can
basically,
come back with this.
Yeah,
if the
exactly.
board says, clean up the language for how engineer is defined in this chapter.
okay, so the task force is not saying that this is what we feel. The task force is merely saying that, okay, this is our work, but we are not recommending those.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is his.
Further clarification, this is where we were when we put it on hold.
And some things that are really done, which maybe choose option 3, do nothing. It has the option in there to make a board member open to on-site. But that can be a decision the board says go for or not go for. So some of that language has been started, but we're not recommending this as something for the board review. We're asking for directions to, do we go down a certain path?
So, Mr. Chairman, and Ivan as chair of the the PC heard this report, and since the task force is reports to the PC, we were asked to consider these. And what we recommended was initially begin with the administrative cleanups of 1843 and 18210. And look at the changes necessary to support an on-site on the board, but it was not yet at this time prepared to make recommendations on other titles and other content.
So item 1 and 6 is what you were asked committee.
Yeah, that,
1, 5, and 6.
1, 5, and 6.
1, 5. So are you formulating a motion? Or?
This was a recommendation out of PC, so I'd be glad to move move 1, 5, and 6 were initial actions for the task force to pursue in revision of those statutory conditions.
That's a motion.
Yes.
I second. Okay, so there's a motion to proceed with 1. Sorry, which one?
1, 5,
5 and 6.
1, 5, and 6. Let's open this up to discussion. Yes.
So we need, we heard earlier that an organization is possibly pursuing 1843 language change. So do we need to wait to let possible bills drop or get with them? And the other thing is I understand that 1 and 5, 1 and 6 have to do with them and he and she, them and they, or simple language.
Conditions that say as of 1989, this is going to happen.
Right, it's just simple cleanup of problematic language stuff.
Obsolete operations and
And it has really nothing to do with planning, engineering.
doesn't change performance.
Okay.
Yes.
So as far as 5 goes, my comment would be, I would be okay with the composition as long as we change the number of board members. So I don't know if composition reflects that, just composition, because that refers that.
The composition of the board, the definition in the rules, 1843, just says that. So, but it defines it so many members.
Right.
So the members and their discipline can be in one expression. Yeah.
But we're, 5 is saying is, like you said, we've got to increase board membership because right now, the representative, or at least the perceived representative, is a civil engineer board member. Right?
For onsite.
For onsite.
Right.
So
So,
the draft language said of the 5 engineers, one seat could be open to an on-site.
Yeah, it was a could or
Yeah,
maybe
it could be either.
not a shall. Or we could add it at 8:40. It's 1843, that's where it is. Is that it? Oh, is it?
It's right there.
Oh, yeah, so we can change the numbers at the same time. As we add on-site designer.
You come into the condition of maybe having a tied vote.
Right.
But I'm not sure we've ever really had anything that's really close to a tie.
The other thing to remember is that once we open up that language, there could be other entities that push for other changes in the compensation,
Competition.
position, such as public members.
You know, one,
So
yeah, and to your point too, just because we're working on language, we're not ready to submit it, but we would be ready to maybe suggest an amendment or a change of this. Right, but this is legislative, not whack, right? So it's kind of thing, right? We have to get the commission, right? The governor's office to work on this. Yes.
To work on it. How should we file it?
We still need,
Whether the legislature can put it.
still need a senator to make the, drop it down.
Right.
But most of this, that between the 1, 5, and 6 is should be non-controversial. It should be inclusive because it addresses more of the discipline. The other items we see in their consideration didn't yet recommend because we have become advised that there are some other more active parties. And probably best concerned to sit back and look for some of that while assessing whether we really need to do anything with titles, whether we need to do other protective language.
Can I ask, where are we on the pro tem being a onsite? Didn't we file that change?
We did, and I'll let Shannon speak to that.
Shannon's shaking her head
We
no.
didn't file that.
We started the process.
We started it and we just,
Did we pull the CR?
and
I thought we submitted a CR on that.
No.
Be us, it would be legislation.
that was legislation. Legislation, we entered the stuff. in Bears, and then we
decided to be.
Yeah.
Stakeholder involvement. Stakeholder involvement.
Yeah, there wasn't a.
Okay,
So did he say there wasn't enough stakeholder involvement
Yeah.
or time for it? Yes, that's true. That's why we didn't go.
okay. So to address item 5, that's also an option, is to proceed with the pro tem on site, so that at least,
The difference is, if I'm bring back that recall, is the language to put a pro tem on site was a change because the definition of a pro tem was someone who met the standards for a board member.
But if you have a on-site board member, then you already meet that definition and you don't have to change language associated with creating a pro tem condition for on-site.
Yeah, as a pro tem, I think you'd have to add 18210 because it's licensed under this chapter. Yeah.
Okay, so just to be sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, just to be sure. There is no recommended wording change at this time that the task force or the PC is bringing forward to the board for their approval.
We're looking for top-down direction.
Okay,
The motion, I think the motion is to provide direction to to the task force to do 1, 5, and 6. If we agree that that's where we want to direct that. Is it task force or the PC? The task force, and then they'll report to the PC.
Then make a motion to the board.
So I would,
Hold on, Ken. Go ahead, Ken.
if you move forward with number 5, it would be good to see the direction that's the whole board.
It says board member.
Yeah. I believe the motion is that it is a board member, Ken. And that would allow, this is a may be an onsite, right? And that, so what you're saying is if that's made into law, then you'd have the ability to assign a pro tem onsite, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I guess point of clarification on your motion, is it that we would direct the task force to do 1, 5, and 6 now? Might 2, 3, and 4 be future possibilities, or is
They're not off the table for the future, certainly not.
Okay.
But, you know, as has been noted in several conditions, there are others playing in that field. And so we still need, those probably require a much greater public involvement, stakeholder involvement. And so I watch the horizon on those.
So really, it's just to break it down into colloquialism here. It's to handle the low-hanging fruit now, right? And kind of sit pat for the other 3 together.
I don't.
Not
want the
necessarily, we
motion-
can make another motion.
Yeah, I think the
So-
motion is just
Yeah, we're
on
just-
3 of them, not
Right,
Yeah.
addressing what we're gonna do.
so once we are done with this motion, we can entertain another motion or another action.
It's important. I guess I mostly wanted to understand Doug's intent.
Yeah, that frankly, the 1 and 6 are administrative details. And that's why those should be very easy to push forward if we have the right conduit. The value of number 5 is that, you know, with that scope of onsite under our purview, we want to make sure we represent and support those disciplines well.
But the basis for not including anything about cleanup of the title and the definition of the title is fundamentally that there's other wheels in motion. Let's see how those grind.
That confuses the motion to me.
No,
I
didn't
vote
talk to
against saying put those on hold and leave them off
I
for a
didn't
while.
talk to those.
Okay.
The motion was 1, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
I guess I don't.
Saying, let's cover 3 things, then let's talk about the other 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's,
Hopefully that just clarified this discussion. Yeah, it's not part of that action.
Right.
just,
I'm just trying to
Yes.
clarify in my mind.
yeah.
Right.
I apologize, but may I ask for that motion again, one more time, Doug?
I move that the PC and task force move forward with items 1, 5, and 6
in preparation for our CW versions.
Thank
I second.
I would like to make a slight amendment to 5 and say composition, just so it's clear. Composition and number of board members.
Accepted as friendly. Friendly.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to the task force to proceed with items 1, 5, and 6, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Are there any other motions regarding this topic?
So I would at least like to discuss where we're at with what we've proposed or what we kind of looked at 2 years ago, whether or not we want to go forward with stakeholder meetings and try to term engineer.
Yeah.
Or how do we want to approach it? We've got language that a few years ago we all thought was okay.
Do you have a motion you'd like to propose on that topic?
That's the threshold.
I think that, go ahead and finish it. Oh,
Okay, so I'll make a motion to have the PC / task force move forward with the title language that was essentially approved by the board in June of 22 to move forward with stakeholder meetings.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
I will second.
Okay, now we can have discussion. Thank you.
That's what I said, that's the word.
Doug, do you have a comment first?
I would probably suggest that the scope of those stakeholder meetings be more clearly defined.
Well, is that something we?
I mean, we're really due to do that even for the 18-10, 1843 administrative changes. It's get people involved. I mean, even just those kind of basal administrative, it's still get people involved, stakeholders. So to ask what kind of stakeholder involvement you want and the scope of that is probably relevant.
Are you suggesting we direct that or allow the PC and the task force to? Yes.
I feel like this issue is different than a lot of the RCW changes where we've proposed changes and we go out to have stakeholders review and give any comment. In this particular issue, the task force discussed, we want to work with people who are very interested in this issue. And we want to come up with language that works for our board, for public safety, with stakeholders. So what, Doug is saying, defining how we want to proceed, it's instead of coming to the stakeholders with specific language, the intent was to kind of gather working groups together and say, let's work on this together and try to find some collaboration at a time as opposed to after we've done some language cleanup. If that helps and say why this topic is a little different. And I guess I would like to say, I feel like both 2 and 4 kind of need to be looked at together. I mean, is it just an issue with the way the original language was written and kind of the grammar in the chapter, or do we need to further define titles? So I kind of feel like 2 and 4 sort of would go together in terms of a discussion. I don't know what Doug is alluding to in terms of other forces out there or things that might be going on in other places or organizations. I'm just saying, us as a board, how do we want to proceed with something that we know is potentially could be improved or not?
Aaron?
Okay, so maybe it's the coffee, maybe it's the water. I am so bloody confused right now. This board just voted and gave direction to the task force and the PC to do 1, 5, and 6. What we're discussing now is to, what I'm assuming is a prioritization of this same list on what happens next with language that this board voted on in 22. So I thought we just had the discussion that wording is really on pause and it's not really before the board, that the task force and PC is going to go forward with these 1, 5, and 6 based on the current language, come back to and do whatever work that they have to do, and then potentially, yes, validate that word, those wordings, and that language was okay, still consistent. So that's going to come back as a validation to the language. I'm confused that we have language that we did, language that we're not using in 1, 5, and 6, but now we are using to go forward with any sort of other recommended changes by the task force.
Could I,
Please.
so 1, 5, and 6 are moving forward no matter what. We just made that decision, right?
Okay.
What we're talking about now is much more controversial, has a good chance of hitting a cement wall. Either way, what happens with what we're talking about now, 1, 5, and 6 are moving forward. So we want to separate the two so that we know we can get what we believe are the easy stuff, clean up of 1, 5, and 6. We can get that moving forward, get that rolling. But what I'm proposing with pushing this language out to talk with stakeholders, and I agree, the meetings are going to be completely different than what we've had in the past. And I don't expect what we come out of those meetings, the language to look anything like we approved. I think it's a good starting point to start a discussion based on what we've decided in the past. And I think we need, as far as stakeholders, every stakeholder that wants to be involved, because there's going to be a lot of stakeholders that have a lot of passionate opinions about this.
It's gonna be.
It's just cleanup. It has, we're separating the two.
Okay, so if there's any action whatsoever on changing a word or a phrase based on a simple cleanup of RCW 1843, it is in fact gonna nullify what the board approved in 2022 as, I mean, why are we even doing 1, 5, and 6 if the draft language that is been approved is something at which you're going to go out to stakeholder?
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm having trouble with the board approved it. And I don't think the board approved the language. We put it on hold.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I was chair of the PC, and we discussed this with Elizabeth, and we decided it was a hot potato, and we were gonna put it on hold. We had draft language for consideration. So I don't think any of this has been approved. It's draft language that, that we prepared, and the action taken was to place it on hold. Please.
Yeah, I think it was our reaction to the tackle case. We started coming up with this language, and we decided to put on hold until the case was resolved. The case is resolved. The court made their decision, and now we're there. Do we want to go forward with it? We were reacting to something. We didn't have to do anything, and that is my recommendation, that we do not pass this, that we do not approve this, current motion. And things will play out. Things will happen in this next legislative session. We just said that we want to do 1, 5, and 6. We didn't pick the other ones. That's where we should move forward. Things will come together. If stakeholders want that language changed, they're going to speak up. Then we can deal with it that one time.
Elizabeth, do you have your hand up?
I was just going to concur with what Jim just said. I think it was Leah that gave the advice, because she was the one arguing the Topple case, that no action should be taken at that time. But now the case is complete, so the board is ready to do whatever it decides. So I concur with Jim.
Okay, so to clarify the motion, first of all, you used approved language in your motion, which I think is incorrect. But I think the motion was to advance the discussions, not make any, bring back to the board, basically, recommendations.
Suppose the PC task force moved forward with title language. That's what you said, right?
I move forward with stakeholders with the language that we had from June 22. Yeah, so,
Yes, that.
and it's
Okay, so you don't
a
even
starting
wanna-
point.
Okay.
And that's why I think it's a starting, that's all it is.
Margaret.
Just kind of feeling more in favor of the motion than opposing it. I much prefer to be proactive in terms of working with people to come up with what the language should look like that protects public safety, which is our mission, as opposed to waiting to see what others might put forward. And, they'll be working with legislators. It would be beneficial, I think, for the state if we work together ahead of things getting proposed in these chapters.
You have to remember one thing. We're going to open up 1843 to 1, 3, and 5. Well, 6. Excuse me.
6 and 5 cents.
It's going to be open. Stakeholders can add whatever they want. And we'll have stakeholder input at that one time. We just want to deal with this. I think that it's going to come out of the woodwork if the stakeholders want to change the definition or the term. It's going to come up as soon as we open this. We only want to deal with this. We'll get the input as soon as that. So 1843.
So Jim, I think to clarify, we're not opening, we didn't take action to open 1843. We took action to have the committee and task force work on proposed language for us to approve. If we don't approve it at that time, we're not opening 1843.
Well, we can't open it anyway. It's up to a senator to open.
Well, even recommend. So I think in support of the motion, I think being involved and engaged in conversation with the stakeholders, I agree is going to be a good thing for us. If we're just back here waiting to see what happens, I would suggest we become an active participant in the process I mean, it could even include meeting with Tapple as a stakeholder.
But as soon as we start working on these things, we're gonna have stakeholder input on 1, 5, and 6, and the other subject will come up.
Yeah, well,
It will come up.
Yeah, but
That's okay.
they'll,
We don't
they'll
need
need
to have a
Senate
separate motion
support,
to do it.
Yeah.
right? Before they could add it, they would need their own Senate.
What I'm saying is, as soon as, I assume that we're going to, once we start discussing these, it's gonna be an open public meeting. And people are going to have their input at committee meetings. And the subject's gonna come up.
I agree the subject's gonna come up, but if we have a separate forum of stakeholders meetings that specifically addresses this, we could table that to that forum, and then it allows us to work on the cleanup. There's probably a lot of stakeholders that are gonna want to talk about this, but we can, if we're moving forward with stakeholder meetings about the titles, we can deflect that off to those meetings and concentrate then on the issues that we have with 1840.
You can have two things going at the same time, and that's the confusion, and that's how we separate this out.
Yep, we're gonna have two things going at the same time. One of them has a good chance of going pretty quickly. One of them is probably gonna be a 3 or 4 year process.
Aaron,
But there is no definition of a simple cleanup of RCW 1843. Item number 1. We have not defined that includes this. We have left it out to the task force and the PC to do that simple cleanup. If the task force and PC feel that the simple cleanup is X, great, that's simple cleanup. I think that's right. I don't want to constrain the ability of the task force to PC to effectively do what the board is asking them to do, which is the 1, 5, and 6. That's on them. If in the simple cleanup of 1843, the task force and PC come up with language at which they want to engage stakeholders, they want to demonstrate collaboration. What does the board, I mean, that, I think the board is allowing that engagement to happen. With the simple cleanup.
Are you saying that it's up to the task force then to call the titles and engineer versus professional engineer as part of simple cleanup? I mean, we're asking specifically, we know this is a big issue. We have long process, so let's get board direction to do it or to not do it and wait.
What I'm hearing is that the task force and PC is going to work on a simple cleanup of 1843, add language, and then clean up 18210. That's going to generate language at which the PC and the task force is then going to say, okay, this is what we've come up with. And that is going to then go to either the board to say, this is what we've come up with, or it's going to then go to some stakeholder involvement to say, okay, this is our simple cleanup. Are we, consistent with?
Yeah, I mean,
I
what
don't want
we
to
meant
confine.
by simple cleanup was just the he, she to they.
yes.
And, there were dates in there that if you were licensed before this time, then this happens and whatever, or after this time. Anyway, just that is all simple. Just, just find that better.
Okay, so I
vote on.
feel like I need to move this along. We've taken action on 1, 5, and 6. We've been discussing the current motion which is to take action on providing guidance on the title. We've heard an argument against and for. Unless anyone different wants to make a comment against, I'd like to call for the vote. Okay, so the motion is to direct the PC committee and the task force to move ahead with the language. Can we strike approved language from your motion?
Yeah, that's fine. It was approved but put on hold.
With draft, well,
It was,
I really
was-
think it
it
was draft language.
No, we
it
approved.
was approved and put on hold.
It was approved and put on hold.
Okay. All right. Can we unapprove it? All right. Thank you for looking into that. I just, yeah. Okay. Did that restate the motion?
Not completely in my mind, but you might be stating.
Did you write it down?
I did. So I've been moved to have the PC and task force move forward with title language that was approved and put on hold, addition, June of 2022, and to move forward with stakeholder meetings.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
I oppose.
I oppose.
All right, that's 3-2, I believe.
Yeah, because you didn't vote. No,
Yes.
we 4-2. Did Doug vote?
Doug, I didn't.
Yes, I said aye.
Okay, motion carries. I think too, just a comment, you know, many of us are free to attend task force meetings and PC meetings if we want to be more involved in the process.
So if task force is back to doing everything that's on that list.
It's different priorities.
Except for do nothing.
It is definitely.
Yeah.
We understand.
No.
All right, are we done with this topic? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion and allowing me to kind of shoot with something. All right. 6.2 strategic planning items. Ken, are you leading this? Or Chris, is it easier for you since you're in the room? Okay. Are you gonna hear them okay? I'm holding up the phone. Okay.
You want to explain the process you went through, Mackenzie?
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I think that's a great start, Chris. So, yeah, this document, it took a couple different forms. The first form was the report out after the meeting we had in October. After taking that information, Ken and I and some other staff, with help of other staff, had put it into an Excel spreadsheet format. In that Excel spreadsheet, basically what we did was we grouped together some items that were basically the same, if not just a slight variation. We kind of grouped those together. We took the priority rankings and gave it an average time frame of what was given. And then from that, we took all of that data and brought it into this type of a format. And so what we're looking at here, and I know I apologize, the screen's so small, but the first section of this document is talking about all of the current strategic planning items that we have. And they are categorized by the committee that they're assigned to. The next section of the document is all about new strategic planning items. These items, during the Excel spreadsheet phase, we determined were definitely strategic planning items that we'd like the board to look at, review, determine if we want to keep those on the strategic planning list, if we want to take any off or make any adjustments. What we added in for strategic planning items were resources needed. These were, I would say, our best estimate of what these resources would be It could be more, it could be less. We'd also like the board members to take a look at that as well. Consider those resources we have listed. They're grouped, each strategic planning item here is grouped by the category that we put our priority rankings on at the meeting in October. They're grouped basically by 1 year or 2 years. Every item that was over 2 years, that was not an action item, we put to the bottom of the document as future actions and discussions. So you'll see here in these new strategic planning items that they're really just 1 year and 2 years. So we have administration, compliance, licensing, rulemaking, DEI, communication, and then moving on to actions and future discussions. I broke them both up. So there's one section talking specifically about items that were brought up during strategic planning that we believe as staff are action items. Things that we could start working on. We may already be working on them. So these are listed here, again, in 1 and 2 years. Also assigned either with resources, staff, a status of where that action item might currently be, possibly a committee that it may need to be assigned to. Working down a little bit further, we have those future discussions. So these were those, like I said, strategic planning items that were over that 2-year time frame, that were ranked over 2 years. Or maybe the resources needed were large, that it was encompassing more than just our agency, maybe outside agencies, maybe it just wouldn't be attainable in that time frame. So we laid out those resources and we grouped them up here by the priority ranking that they were given. So you see here, there's some that are 4 years, 3 years, future. I also included those split rankings in the future discussions.
Yes, really working for board members to take a look at this, take a look at the resources that we've outlined. Mackenzie did an amazing job, put a lot of work into getting it to this point. A lot of input from Ken and I, and then the rest of staff also took a look, spent time looking at the resources. Did this make sense? What are they already doing? So we think it looks pretty good. We just need you guys to take a look. Does this make sense? Do you have questions about any of the resources? What we're maybe already working on? Ideas about what committees might want to take some of this on? If we don't have an assignment to a committee, is there one you think needs to be assigned, or maybe to a different committee? So really, we just need to get an okay from you guys about the items and the committee assignments.
Since you're done, this is an open discussion. I concur. You've got a great summary, a great evaluation, a lot of good detail. I think the major shortfall it has now, just be engineer, is metrics. Okay, besides other than timing. So the question would be, how are you going to record completion status, basically, progress reports essentially to each of these. And so if you put the time in to make sure you know how you're going to assess progress, that would be one of the better improvements.
Thank you.
Well, and I think too, this is a very long list, almost unmanageable. So I think
keep them busy.
Yeah.
there are things that clearly need to be asked over, also with active committee involvement, like some of the PDH stuff I saw there.
Yeah. So I didn't hear a request for a specific action other than review. So unless a board member would like to propose an action on, it could even be a specific task. I think this needs to be further boiled down to, okay, what are the handful And usually, in my mind, that's like 5 items to focus on. I mean, it's hard to focus on 23, different items.
So I'll make a motion that the executive committee boil this down to the top 5 priorities.
Wow.
Not that I.
Don't you dare second it.
I said you did. I'm in the same boat I can.
Yeah, no, I think that's appropriate. We did a little of that already. I met with Mackenzie and Ken when, after the first session, and it's already boiled down a little, so thank you. I think I think that's appropriate.
And then they would get assigned to committees
Yeah,
to monitor.
If you would accept a friendly amendment to necessarily 5, but the highest value.
Agreed. I like that. Yeah.
yeah,
However long your list may be.
yeah. Yeah, that was discussed, Ken. Good idea. Ken just added it and assigned to committees.
I'll be the board. And assign up to appropriate committee.
Yeah. So that's, those 2 items of friendly amendments.
Who was the second on that?
I agree.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on this? Yeah, great work.
Thank you.
That was a lot of dots on boards. Okay, let's vote on the motion to sign to the exec committee, to prioritize and assign. You want to read what you wrote?
I did it almost word for word though. So I've been motioned that the executive committee boils down to top 5 of the strategic planning items with a friendly amendment from Doug that it's not top 5, it's the highest values, and as well as assigning to committee.
Great.
Do we want to include assigning to committee? Was that part of the original motion? Or
That
was
was
that
part
amended?
of the amendment.
Part of the amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for restating. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Right.
So we'll task it to the new board members.
Item 6.3. Want to cue up the drum roll? Greg, logo presentation.
Yes, thank you. Well, we have been working hard on a new logo, a logo project. The old logo, as you know, was really clip art. It was simple and it was temporary. We did contract with WaTech originally, but we're not satisfied with the results. So we found a Seattle-based design company specializing in those. Now, they conducted a research project that included a group of stakeholders. That group identified priorities and has provided direction over the last couple of months. That communication task force is the group that includes Dave Peden, Marjorie Lund, Ken Fuller, Mackenzie Ware, and myself. And through several meetings, helped guide the project to what we have today. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we have today as our logo. This logo has several variations. A few are primary logos. The others will be secondary. This new logo communicates the state of Washington as requested with a balance of bright yet authoritative colors. We retained the acronym that our registrants all recognized, yet spelled out our identity to reinforce our identity to the public. As I mentioned, each variation that we'll see in the future has its own application, say whether it be on social media or be in other applications. And as we move forward, next steps would be a style guide to make sure that we're using this correctly and for the most impact as we move forward. So happy to take any questions, but Dave and Marjorie certainly wanted to give you folks time to give thoughts.
Yeah, no, great work. It was a fun process to work with the professionals that gave us some other options, and we reacted. And are very supportive of this logo.
Is that the actual color is gonna be that? Oh,
Now, remember, different monitors and different screens you're looking at might change the color look of it.
But yeah, the bright green, you don't like it?
What about the exclusivity of people with
colorblind?
Well, one of the variations of this will be in black and white. I mean, we're gonna look at several different things. Those that are colorblind, that's a good question. How are they gonna see that? How would a colorblind person see this logo?
Rayon.
Very blue.
So they're not gonna know the acronym, but they're gonna know the, what we say, what our title is.
I assume that's supposed to be state of Washington, right?
Right.
It's not close to what the architect seal looks like, too.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Why are we using BRPELS?
That's, Ken can probably best address that, but legally, there'd be a lot of work to change warbles.
No, just on the logo. ELS. Sounds.
So as a corollary to theirs, any reason that you're using capitals for the prepositions, capital letters?
No, there was no correlation to that. There was consideration if you're talking about the architect's board.
No, I meant of, for, I said the prepositions.
Oh, that, the for has been something that I found in our communication most recently. I don't remember seeing of, certainly not recently.
I'm not questioning the existence, just whether they're capital letters. Because if you have them as lower.
Designers make those kind of decisions for us. I mean, I think we defer to the graphic designers who know.
Are you speaking to upper lowercase?
Yes.
Okay,
That's all.
easier to read. Legibility.
Because if they were lowercase, people would be able to correlate the initials very clearly. And you're not using the O, you're not using the F. You're not using an and.
Understood. I think we have to make a decision between legibility and correlation with the letters. I believe with the acronym at the top, with the explanation, if you will, at the bottom, that most people would make that correlation. I think that would.
That's our graphic designers. That's their expertise.
Are we still working with them? I mean,
Yes.
We
So-
could play around with that, right? Put it in.
He's seeking board approval at this time.
Well,
Elizabeth had her hand up as well, but she did take it down, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I took it down. I remember that because you were talking about the of being lowercase. I just was remembering that it used to be BRPELS, and I don't know BOR, and I don't know why that changed, but it changed at some point.
That's what OFM gave us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's our
Gotcha.
agency.
There can only be 6 letters.
Something like
In
that,
Washington. Ken could, I remember that happening. when
Or our website.
Yeah.
Good draw.
I've got a question. Yeah, and it's just a question. I'm not saying that everybody doesn't recognize that it was one thing, but was there any discussion about having Washington in the verbiage or?
Yeah.
there was, yeah.
And just decided that it probably wasn't worth it, or?
More characters.
Yeah.
More distraction.
Yeah.
More confusion. We're trying to get rid of characters. The logo is also supposed to be a symbol, not necessarily an entire explanation. So looking for a way to symbolize Washington State, we thought this something that looked like The outline of the state was probably the quickest way to communicate Washington State, instead of spelling out Washington State.
If that is on our website, then the title on the website could say Washington.
It was for Wendy earlier.
Would probably definitely would find it there. I thought the shape of the state was
I usually
fairly unique and recognizable. So to Greg's point, it's like, okay, that's, I don't even know what that is, but it looks like it has to do with Washington. You know, when you immediately see it, well, that's what we're hoping for.
So old boat, yeah, Washington, see that one, right? And then it had the Washington seal.
I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah.
The shirt on yesterday.
Like 10 years ago?
Well, longer than that. When George was here, yeah.
Yeah, it was, so that sort of, I think it was the order of registration was, so was that something that was not discussed?
It was discussed early on.
Okay.
There was probably about roughly 15 thought processes that have boiled down into 3 and then this. So that was considered early on as a possible symbol. George Washington, it gets into the weeds after that as to why, but I believe that, I think that most people are going to, we believe that most people would identify Washington State faster than they would.
The process was pretty unique, and I think it helps. It helps us because we start with different and the immediate reaction, which is there's a logo, and you want to go, okay. So we saw some that were like, ew, and then some that were like, that's kind of cool. And so it helped. You don't have the advantage of that because you're not seeing those other versions that were presented. But this is where we landed after considering a lot of what you're asking. Recognizable, tells us who we are. And we think all of that is in this.
Can I ask, what is the relative scale in the page presentation for anything that might need to be vetted?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
My concern is if I'm printing something, just the other day, I had to print like 20 pages. It blew out $120 worth of images. Okay. So how much ink density are we demanding on?
We haven't gotten to that stage yet, although we will have many iterations of this, plus some secondary logos, which are similar, which will help in other applications. One logo isn't going to work everywhere. And we realize that, and the graphics company knows that. So that's why we'll get different iterations of that. So some will work better in those applications than others. That's the next stage of the process, is in scale, if you want to use that word. Or
yes. But the graphic art, the company did consider that. They said, okay, these are the certain things that you're going to lose if it's on a smaller document. So to answer your question, yes, they do consider that. Now maybe the color thing, that's different, but how much do we print anymore also,
Well, one of the iterations of this is without the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors at the bottom, and just our acronym within the state. And that could be used as a secondary logo later on after this has been established. And there's many other that they're going to give us in a package, if you will, of logo and supporting logos. So,
Chris, you had.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject a little bit. I mean, the discussion is great, but this was a really thorough process. Greg and the company that we hired and the task force looked at so many different things. All the questions you guys are asking, they've looked at, and just keep in mind that we're really looking at, okay, this is great, let's approve it. But if we don't approve it, we go back to the drawing board, it's gonna cost us, again, a lot of money to start from scratch and a lot more time, and we have things we really need to use this logo for, and with outreach and things like that. So I appreciate everybody wanting, something, an input and questioning all these things, but we really do need to move forward. It's been languishing for a year while we've been waiting on law tech and different things and conversations in the past. So, and like Greg said, they're giving us really great variations that we can use in all different formats. So some of them are better for print, some of them are better for social media, some of them are better for like swag and things like that. So
one of the problems with this, I'm gonna come to Jim here in just a second, is this is highly subjective in its nature. And you'll never get complete agreement on it. And we understood that from the beginning and we understand that now. But I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Do you have the other variations?
Yeah, why don't
Just-
you pull them up then? So they
I'm
can
just
see.
curious what the other ones look like.
Well, none of these have been decided. Not even this has been decided. So these are just some.
So it's gonna
just
be
from-
one of,
from number C. if you
Hold
will.
on, bear with me. Stop sharing. really quick.
well, you pick one and they give you a bunch of others too with it. So that's sort of your base. And then these are the other options that come with it.
so it's not one logo, it's multiple.
It's really.
It's a package.
It's a package they give us, yeah.
But this would be the corner of the whole thing. Yeah.
That's a good term for
For
me.
the objectives of the board today.
Is there a second?
At their discretion.
A second.
Sorry, McKenzie.
Sorry, I got it the old
Thank
one,
you.
but I replaced it. Sorry, guys.
Isn't it be in the communication task force?
Probably. But I had put them under, don't worry about
This is my fault. I threw McKenzie.
Yeah. Really
it.
similar.
Go
to the
ahead.
architect's stamp.
Do we think there'll be substantial confusion with?
Well, anything that looks like lines, anything.
Yeah,
that
but
looks like
the
lines
sharp
is
lines
out
is
of it.
kind of,
I'm looking for it.
But now there's
There's a
not
lot
their
of
logo,
different
it's just their data,
agencies and companies that you
Watch
want
that.
to stay up.
I don't know that they'll be able
I think let's take that comment as an advisement, and just check with our.
somewhat, I mean, it is the same in a sense, but it's also very different. Ours is more block, in a different way. Also the colors, and even the font, spells some of the flavor of a logo, so.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We captured it too.
Well, normally I just search and it tells me where I put it.
It's not to-
in SharePoint in the communications folder? You have it up there, right?
Not to beat this to death either, but
Oh,
we
in
also,
the task force folder, I didn't look in there.
we also did look at other state logos and liked the ones that have the state in their logo.
Texas.
Yeah, we thought, hey, that's pretty cool, I mean. Cameron from Idaho does it as well, but you see the shape of Idaho and you know right away it's sideways.
The state will work like.
what's the square?
From Colorado. We have a unique shape.
Okay, well, there's a motion and a second. I think there's been plenty of discussion. State tabs.
Can
Like
I can
all-
And there's some.
Just did not board watch. Just one.
Oh,
No, it's.
Okay,
it comes through.
I think we can move this along. We will get the entire packet will be provided to you.
We will.
So it went back to the board. So that was this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
All right, folks, can I call for the vote here? Mackenzie, can you restate that motion, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't record that
Okay.
motion.
Would you wish me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
I move that the board direct the communications task force to proceed with finalization and implementation of new logos at their discretion.
Thank you.
And seconded by Jen. All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the lively discussion. All right. Item 6.4. Director of Procedure. Thank you, Mackenzie. I don't know if I've set the stage on this before, but Ken suggested that I work with Mackenzie to develop a procedure for him and then future directors. There wasn't a pull one off the shelf procedure within the state. So Mackenzie did a lot of research and pulled together what we have to present today. So thank you. And you want to just kind of take us through your thinking and outline the process briefly?
Absolutely. We did kind of briefly go over it in executive committee. And really, we wanted to have more of a structured process of evaluating the director, because before we really didn't have much. Asking for guidance from other state agencies, you know, it's more, it was very simple, but we wanted to have something a little more structured. So in this document, it's right now how you have it as more of a packet. The procedure itself is one item, and there's some items that come along with it. So we'll start here at the top. We have goals, really to clarify the director's roles, responsibilities, expectations, and to foster really the growth of the agency. Including evaluation, which is the chair, vice chair, and past chair. There's a self-evaluation that the director will use. Taking that really one first piece of process. That self-evaluation will be provided to the evaluation team for them to review. Really, the part of the self-evaluation is to start this discussion, is to be able to have some nice questions laid out, responses from Ken, and then that will, of course, lead kind of the discussions that we have, or the evaluation team has, excuse me. Also included our key competencies. That is really how we success in a job function. And so that is really simple. Review all the materials for even, of course, during evaluation. There's a document in this packet for the evaluation to be reported on. And this evaluation process is more like I'm speaking to of a discussion. So the evaluation form itself is more a form where you can record what goes on during that conversation. It's signed by the director and the board chair. Once it's completed, another big piece to this was we wanted to get more of a 360 review or evaluation where we could include staff and agency partners. So we are including that. There'll be staff feedback, and agency partners would be referencing Elizabeth, the AAG, Department of Enterprise Services, who we use for HR and financial services, Paul, of course, agency partners and others that Ken communicates with. The rest of it is really a step-by-step process of how you go about this procedure. It starts from forming the team, then you lead into setting a timeline for that process. And we're working backwards here on how that timeline is laid out. The evaluation date will be set during closed session, like we did the last cycle. And then, of course, after the timeline is set, that everything kind of kicks into gear. The director will complete the self-evaluation. I, the executive assistant, or a delegated staff member will help compile information and then provide that to the evaluation team. If the evaluation team feels that they need input from the entire board, which is of course welcomed, they, at that point, once they receive the documentation and do a review, they can reach out to the other board members for their feedback. In the timeline, you're going to set a date to have feedback returned, all feedback back, so it can be compiled and prepared. The board chair will conduct the evaluation during the special board meeting in closed session. And then after the board or the evaluation, it's really going to be saved and into his personnel file, and then a new performance cycle will begin. Lastly, on this procedure, there's just some tips. I would say some guidance there that talks about providing ongoing feedback, focusing on key deliverables, and being constructive, of course. We don't want this evaluation to be success or maybe some opportunities. The second document in this little packet here is the self-evaluation. So we ask some questions that are really circumferencing the agency's performance, as well, of course, as including parts about Ken's performance. So we talk about mission, vision, strategy, agency strengths. There's areas of improvement, staff development, relationship with the board, future outlook, and there's a section there for additional comments. So if Ken would like to provide some more information, he can do so. That really is a section where we can build on the discussions that happen during the evaluation. Key competencies are there, those will be provided. And then the last document is very straightforward. Like I said, it's a simple form. Once I receive or my delegate receives staff feedback and agency partner feedback, it'll be placed there. And then at the bottom of it, it will be signed. The board can include some comment. And then really once that's signed, like I said, it will be returned back, saved in this file, and then the evaluation will be complete for that cycle. I did not include the questions that would be asked for staff and agency partners because they may fluctuate every year. It may be different questions that are asked. So those aren't included in the procedure.
Who generates those questions?
Right now I've created them. I've got about 10, so 5 and 5. 5 for staff, 5 for agency partners. They would be reviewed before, either by the evaluation team or potentially by Chris. That I don't have that piece here in the procedure yet.
Maybe I missed something, but what is agency partner?
Agency partners would be like Department of Enterprise Services, like Paul Bitar, our financial advisor.
That we interact with?
Exactly.
Or Ken interacts with?
Yeah, and we'll reach out, and we're hoping, of course, we get as much feedback back from them as possible. You know, we can't guarantee how much we do get back.
I'll say that to you. So we get a 360 review. Well,
Mackenzie, was there a question for me? I heard my name, but the audio is a little bit garbled.
I'm so sorry about the audio. Not really a question for you, Paul, but you are included as an agency partner. We would be asking for some feedback on our agency's performance for our director's evaluation.
Oh, sure.
Possibly.
I would be happy to assist with that.
Yeah, thank you.
And Elizabeth raised her hand.
Yeah, I think,
Elizabeth?
yeah, I'm pretty sure that Paul's going to give a lot of negative reviews, so you should probably rethink that.
Yeah, right.
No, I was just going to say that I couldn't see anything on the screen, but now all of a sudden the screen is working. So awesome.
I don't know about the technical.
I thought I heard something from Ken is So is this just published agency or is I thought I heard LSCW mentioned, so why would we get input from them?
It would be anyone really that's interacting with Ken that would be willing to supply some feedback for us.
360 reviews. So you want to talk with some of your clients, and customers, and fellow partners, and try to get some information because really that's a measurement more than as for that part of it as performance there forever. There may be things that come up, Ken or your director to the side of the building, you might not be able to just think that. The good things and bad things are suggestions that might come up, better communication, whatever. Even here, phone, and they're constantly focus on, building relationships or whatever. Just mind about being too small.
So, sorry, I totally missed it for my notes. So is this something that like the governor's office requires or the process requires?
No, there's not really a process for it.
Okay, so we just said we need a form and we need to do this.
We need a process, a standardized process that we could follow each year. Because when we reached out last year, it was, well, give them a blank letterhead and they can fill it out.
Right, I thought we did this thing.
And after that, with that math, I guess you could say, was that we needed a structure. We needed more. We needed some, we wanted that 360 review. Staff wanted to be included as well. And so this is really spurring from that, is to have more standardized review of the director.
Some consistency.
Exactly.
So, I'm definitely not opposed to the process, but I recall, Ken, and I guess Ken, this is more discussion, question for you. I recall in the past, when we had talks about the evaluation of the director, you had more of the opinion, the director was more like a CEO. It's basically an up or down vote. What changed what prompted the change?
Well, it's question. It's not an agent necessarily that you're going to use for deciding what your employment. Or changing and what's our rules, board members, and feeling like they're supported, are we going the right direction, what's confusing. Very similar to what a CEO evaluation should be, a board of directors, you want to know, is your director accomplishing your agency? So what we're trying to do here is capitalize that in a process that can be sustained. It's known as you're going forward. Yeah, and the governor's office does not require this. It's not something that has to be part of my personnel file. It's not required. Law rule. Some employee, environment, whatever. And so you don't need to find out. This is why you get it. And what you're thinking. 6-month intervals, and that way you just drift in one way or another, support, chance to discuss yourselves and policy. Gives a say, hey, this is very, very thoughtful. Direction and all the feedback. As new board members come on board, as new director may come on board, it's all that process that can be looked at and take both sides of it. So Yes, it is a CEO evaluation. It's a little deep in there because it's all evaluation part of it, there's HMS or your job. It's also the smooth one of my thoughts. What's your director's thought? That's all I have. Start communicating with the students and doctors. Do you want to? Expectations of the mission agency. Obviously, it does set it for jobs.
Chris. Elizabeth, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I can probably pull it back down. I was just getting back to the state requirement for, so this is kind of this is the format, right, that they follow for all state employees. This 360 review process. I don't know. I guess maybe it's, you guys had a determination that it didn't apply to Ken for some reason, but Ken, this is what you use for all employees, correct?
Elizabeth, this is actually something that we developed. There's not a standardized form out there that OFM has or anything like that to evaluate your director. It's really based on, it's really just up to the agency. So this is a form that we created. It was, I understand your comment. It was, I was trying to follow the look and feel of the staff evaluation so they look similar.
Yeah, I guess my question, yeah, you're right. It does follow the look and feel, and I probably would just use that same process. I guess it's, you know, our division chiefs have to use it, but I guess it sounds like the director of your organization doesn't have to use it, but it seems like it's a good process. You know, and basically you've followed it here. But I guess you did get a determination from HR that you didn't have to do this kind of evaluation because Ken is a director. So even though you're a state employee, is that correct?
Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, so there are, so this, it's typically, this is as the attorney general, this is your agency leader. It's a CEO of your agency. So you want to get a chance for your constituents to talk about production agency. Division chiefs cannot be fired. So without cause. So, Adrian, just performance to your mission, and I know you also said, where's his performance plan? What classes is he going to take next year? And, you know, and it's not what he's doing. Want to be in mission. Mission might be having she said. Yeah, it's what it more changes or strategic goals for agency. So I know it's hard to understand what we're talking about.
Thanks, Ken. Chris has a comment.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One is the expectation and evaluation performance plan for staff is more task oriented. What we're trying to do with Ken is more the overreaching agency vision, mission. Are we going in the right direction? Are we going in the direction that the board wants us to go? That our stakeholders want us to go in? How is, you know, Ken driving that? How is he moving that forward? You know, that's what his evaluation is. So that's the difference between sort of what we do with staff and then what we're doing with Ken. And then Ken mentioned something about 6 months. Maybe we look at this every 6 months, but really what it is we do a yearly evaluation and then maybe at the 6 month mark, we take another look at and say, okay, these were the recommendations we had, the comments we had. How are we addressing those 6 months in? So that if we do need to course correct midway, we have something to fall back on, and it's really just a review of it and not a whole other new evaluation every 6 months. So I just wanted to clarify that too. So I think that was it on my comments.
So, we do need to take action on this. I guess it'd be nice to be discussing a motion.
I would like to move that we proceed with the prepared director evaluation process and tooling with the understanding that fundamentally the board comments section is the providing the steering to the board, to the director for actions as remediation or overall strategic direction.
Once again.
Next time, make a longer motion.
Yeah.
Acknowledging that the board comment section provides direction to the.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I think the other thing, to realize is this is what we're gonna try this year. I mean, it's, Let's set 12:10 as
They're
reconvening time.
back.
Assuming, huh?
If you want to just keep going.
Or are they back?
Yeah.
They are back. Yeah, we're back
Okay.
up and running.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
We're at 6.5 now. Approval of draft language filing CR 103 for WAC 196.1.
It should be the CR 102.
CR 102, thank you. Just put anything in front of me, I'll just read it, so don't be pulling any tricks on me.
Reading a teleprompter.
Ron Burgundy, yeah. Okay, Jim, I think this is yours.
It is.
You want me to do it, Jim? Yeah, it's supposed to be. I told you Wednesday. It's okay. Okay,
6.5.
so this is the land surveyor and training rules. There were just minor adjustments made to everything, and also I included for you this time, I'm kind of easing you into everything we do in rulemaking. I get the process done, so you guys can tell me if you want to change. I provided you the cost impact analysis that we have to do to determine if we need a small business impact statement. We kind of borrowed this from another agency. So we described what was changed. So, and I want to tell you, there is a typo in that last whack. It should be 196.21. When you cut and paste. So it tells you what we've done in the rule, and then we have to identify businesses impacted. With this one, there's none. And these are the exemptions for filing a small business impact statement. There's certainly only certain exemptions that you can use. So we use that, one of the exemptions that does not require it is it's correcting language in there that doesn't change the effect of the rule, but it clarifies it a little better. And also we fall under the rules that adopt, amend, or repeal a filing or related process requirement for applying to an agency for a license or permit. The only thing we're changing really is a big change in this WAC is we're now allowing people that have taken the exam, the LSIT or FLS exam in other states, they can apply to Washington for certification as an LSIT as long as they meet our requirements. That is the big change. There's no cost of compliance because there's no, the application fees for LSIT have been suspended, looking for the right word. And so it does not require a business statement, and small businesses, how they were included, we allow them to make public comment during the public comment period. So this is kind of what we do to determine if we need, this I send to Elizabeth. I try to remember to send this to Elizabeth every single time we do one of these, so that she can look to make sure that I fill them out right. And then there's the language, there's only minor changes. We're repealing one section, and that was about examinations, because it's offered year round now. So we're requesting filing the 102.
I move that we accept the language and file the CR 102 for WAC 196-21.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, the cost package, is that get sent with the filing?
No, but we can,
So you're gonna fix it in-house and be done with it?
yes, and we're thinking for clear transparency, so no one is putting it on our website. When we put the 102 on there, we'll also put this on there. So that, or, well, not the language, but put that cost impact analysis on the website too, so people can see. And it's also, a really.
The filing?
No, you just have to, if you get called on it, you just have to prove you've done it.
Okay, so it's backup information if it's challenged.
Mhm.
Interesting.
It's required, but it's not required to be filed.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Okay, the motion was to file the
102.
CR 102 for WAC 196-21. Excuse me, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Are there any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you for the outlining the process and implementing that. I think that's, again, good best practices. All right, we're to 6.6. Approval of draft language for WAC 196-26A and WAC 196-30. Jen, this is you again. Or.
Okay. So
Take care of it.
I noticed that, what we changed isn't like struck out, highlighted, so this will be the new language. Back in March, we did update this section, and this is the renewals for professional engineers and professional land surveyors, and then the section for on-site designers and inspector renewals. I don't know how to explain this without getting all messed up. When we originally started, we had two questions. One was if you had any disciplinary action taken against your license in any state jurisdiction, whatever, for any professional license you've held. And then the other was the legal background question. Back in March, when we did the filing, we decided, the board decided, I should say, that we didn't need to have that legal history question anymore asked because of Ritter, because if there's not a nexus, we shouldn't do anything. So we had it removed from Polaris. We went in and changed the language. Everybody was fine with it. And then I don't really remember how this got started again. I think it was stakeholder. We had a stakeholder because in there about, no, I don't remember really how this did start again.
It was in a committee meeting that.
It was Mike, okay, it was Mike.
It was all Mike.
And so,
so they're gonna hide it.
so we decided, so it was decided after the committee talked about this, that we would be putting the legal history question back into Polaris for renewals and original applications. So we will now be asking if you had any criminal convictions, don't include traffic offenses, I think it is. But like, gross misdemeanors.
Yeah, the committee originally was
Actually, it's,
believed that we were supposed to take that language out and we weren't required to take it out, so that's why it's.
right, yeah, and it's coming back and yeah, it's, so we're going back and forth with Department of Licensing to try to get it back onto our Polaris questions. And so then we decided, okay, well, we've already talked about if you've had any unprofessional conduct somewhere else, we still have to address the criminal history question, sorry, legal background question. So we did that. Elizabeth went and edited it, and thank you, Elizabeth, it makes totally more sense. So what we changed is number 2. And it says, this information actually says, in addition, you must disclose any criminal conviction or sanction against you. So that covers both. That covers the professional licensing and legal background. So we're not requesting that we file the 102 on this. We're requesting you approve the language and we put it out for stakeholder comment because this will generate stakeholder comment, putting the criminal history or legal background, sorry, back in there. And so we want to try to get it worked out with the stakeholders that had issues with it before we filed the 102.
Yeah, as I recall, there was a local stakeholder.
Right.
Yeah.
I think,
Elizabeth,
yeah, I think that stakeholders issue was not with the criminal conviction, and maybe I'm wrong, but it was more with requiring you to disclose if you violated the law. Because it's one thing to disclose a conviction because it's a done deal, like it's actually public information. But for you to say, I disclosed the law, he had problems with Fifth Amendment rights of requiring somebody to say something that was antagonistic to themselves. That was, at least that was the guy I dealt with. So different,
yeah, that's what I was
different situation. He didn't have a problem with disclosing specific things that had, documents, court orders, things like that. He had problems with, disclosing your own moral shortcomings or, violations of the law.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I will move that board direct advancement of this 196/30/30 change. 26A changes with respect to history.
Second.
And that implies filing an CR 102.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
We're gonna get the stakeholder comments and stuff.
okay.
Okay, so now we'll.
Come to the next board meeting and ask for it.
Now we're open for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so I would like to suggest that some of that language is heavily biased across a lot of jurisdictions. It's not consistent. I'm actually on an NSPE committee and we're looking at language for their position. And one of the pertinent terms that comes out of that deals with it's the language where expungement. And there's nothing in here, and since this includes language that says any jurisdiction, but there are some states that have automatic expungement that says this is no longer in your record. So I would caution that you're probably going to get comments that say some jurisdictions say, I don't have to report this because it's no longer on my record.
Because we don't do background checks anymore, right? Nope. Right? Yeah, we don't do background checks, so we have to assume that they're gonna say, well, it's expunged, so no. I haven't had any, and we'll take them at their word for it. We're not gonna go out and look.
I agree. I think people who believe their convictions are expunged won't disclose them because that's why they went to all the trouble to get them expunged.
I understand, but is that consistent with the language drafted?
I think so. Because if it's expunged, then there's no longer a criminal conviction.
So Shannon, you mentioned this language is all new language.
Is
that right? It's all new language?
No.
No. Okay,
No.
all right. I just want to make sure.
The in addition part is the new part,
Okay.
or it's changed, the in addition part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Thank you.
All right, the motion was to advance.
Appropriation 196/26A and 196/30 regarding legal background.
We're gonna try to get this out to the associations too, so they can.
Okay, good. All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Lunchtime? 12:15.
Yeah,
Sound okay?
I think if everybody thinks it's enough time to get your plate and sit back down, 15.
Well, I'd love more time. How about 12:20?
It says this is a working lunch. That's how it gets paid.
Yes.
Right, so 12:20 would still satisfy. So. Okay, 12, we'll reconvene at 12:20. You want to hang up James' phone or your phone?
Hang up on it, that's okay.
See you, Shannon. We'll be back.
It takes you to make your taco.
Well, usually working lunches with street tacos is bad.
Feel it out, staff start. But,
well,
nothing.
No, but
martini.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh, we had a lot of tacos, different varieties.
McKinsey?
Real tacos.
Real stuffs, yeah.
Has had bad experience.
Nobody's only knows that.
You did?
Yeah, but that's. I mean, that's all.
Came from.
Might be.
But isn't that a type of?
Tastes good though.
Right. Put enough salsa on it.
I think they need some help filling that out.
I think that there's some experience there. Maybe we could-
Yeah, I think
But at least.
iPhone stays in my purse all weekend. I just check it once or twice.
Breakdown.
Did you ever see his daughter? Yeah.
Nationwide, 14 offices.
Okay. Order. All right, let's reconvene. This is a working lunch. There's plenty of food, so please continue to eat your lunch. We're at item 6.7. NCAA record and CPC tracking. Ivan.
And didn't even notice that. We don't have anything coming out of PC that needs action for the board.
Yeah.
I don't think there is action on this.
I think it's just an FYI.
It was an FYI.
Okay.
Here, let me
You
help
do it
you
because
out.
you're.
Let me help you out here. Just because you're the chair. You're the chair of PC, so that's why I went to you. Okay, so one of the things that I brought up last meeting was just our continue of working with, of course, applicants in evaluating their applications for sitting for their exam and licensure. And one of the things that we've tried to do is get all the information in the best we can. One of the tools at our fingertips is the NCAAS tracking tool, CPC tracking tool, and the records tool that NCAAS provides. So I think that we use this, I'm looking at the staff, we use the NCAAS record and CPC tracking, but that's not an exclusive. We don't use it as the only thing, right? Applicants can apply for licensure. And then they can use and submit information through the NCAAS record. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. And so in doing so, it's a very good program for the applicant to at least put their information in, and the CPC tracking tool allows them to track multiple licenses in various states that they have. Me being a licensee that has multiple states, their licenses in multiple states, it's a very good tool for me to put in the state. Of course, you have to once get licensed, but then once you get licensed in that state, you can put in when you got licensed, you can put in the expiration date of your term, and then it actually populates back what the requirement is for any CPC. So for me, I just recently got licensed in Alaska through Comedy. And so I put in Alaska, the term date, start date was November this year, end date. It's a two-year renewal cycle, and then it actually puts in the required hours. So it's a very good tool for the applicant or the individual licensee to use.
This is live right now.
This is live right now.
That's cool.
And so if someone who is licensed or is gaining licensure now, they have to go through and create this NCAA record. Okay. So multiple states are requiring this be the only evaluation process, so they don't have a pencil and paper application form. They want the record. Okay, some states or a lot of states do that. Some states have a hybrid, that they have a separate form that you have to fill out, and then you can also fill out certain areas or provide an NCAA record. And then there are certain states that still want a form, and that's it. I think that we should be on the leading edge of getting the information that's already populated within this record, getting that from the applicant and keep individual forms, maintaining individual forms, keep that at a bare minimum. So this is one way to do that. I'm suggesting that this board look at using the NCAA record as a future way to, if you want to get licensed through comedy in Washington, that we rely heavily on the NCAA record as being sent to us so we can evaluate. How heady that is, I think is yet to be determined, but I want to get this board and this state to use the tools at their disposal. So we're not having to update forms. We're not having to update some of this other information as much as we do. I wish I could show a live version. I guess we can if I go through the process, but if there's any questions, I can certainly be available to anybody in the members to go through the CPC tracking. It's a very good tool.
So it also tracks your continuing education?
Yep.
Okay, and
Yep.
so it knows what our state requirement is, and then it'll evaluate whether they meet those requirements?
That's right. That's right. So it,
I like it.
it's like me, I have Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. So all I have to do is put those states in and then the terms, and then it says required hours 30. And then you as a licensee can actually, as you take a course, some are self-populated to where if it's an NCAA and national course through surveying, it will populate up. And then you can just select it. You can also upload certificates, you can upload documentation, whatever you need, or you can choose to say that, okay, this is just a class that I took here. I can upload that stuff in here. The great thing about this is for auditing purposes, this would be the first download that I would make to send into the board through the auditing process. And again, it's just a download of the information. Very easy, very quick, and very painless. So.
At what point can you start an NCAA record? Do you have to be a licensee first, or an LSIT, or just a student?
You could, all the above.
And so someone tracking their path towards licensure can still use that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that where NCAA wants to go is, yes, to have this at the student level as much as possible, but I think I have not gone so far into the students' sort of way that they can put their class loads in to know that it's effective for that sort of free application tracking. Right? I don't know that. But I just know that functionality for somebody gaining comedy licensure is a very good tool. If somebody's applying for the first time, of course, they have to do an NCAA record in order to submit for a PE or a PS exam at the national level. This is a way that they can do it through the record.
We do currently take the NCAA record.
We do.
And we do inform people that we would prefer it.
Yeah.
And we have updated rule language lately that hasn't been finalized yet, but it's in there to submit your NCAA record and for, the full process. Oh, that's just not published yet, just not published yet. So that is out there. I would prefer the NCAA record because it is easier. But as I was saying yesterday in the committee meeting, part of the problem with NCAA records is sometimes they are incorrect. They don't add up the time the way they should, or the information's not right where it needs to be. So we do have to, look at that. The CPC records though, sometimes it doesn't show on the record when we go to pull it.
Well, I think that there's two sides of that, right?
Right, there is.
And I haven't, I guess I need to get with you guys to figure out if it's clunky that the board can pull that information versus the applicant or the licensee push that information, right?
So then there's that, is there, because it's free to create the NCWS record.
Yes.
And I'm assuming it's free to create the CPC record, right?
Yes.
But there is a charge to push it to the
Yes.
state,
Yeah, and that's controlled by the state
NCWS.
as well. No, because I can push it to certain states and it's a different cost based on what they themselves request
CPC?
for the CPC, yeah,
No, not for NCWS though.
for the record.
See, that's where I'm confused. Did you have your NCWS record that has your experience, your education, your references, everything here?
Yep.
And it's a flat fee at NCWS. We don't charge them.
Right.
Okay. And then, but the CPC record, is that a different charge based off of, are you saying
So
for state?
So the record, so I submitted to, Alaska and they charged me as pushing that record to the state.
They as an Alaska.
They as Alaska, they can put a charge on that. I don't know if we specifically would or should,
Yeah.
but I think.
So
that the state-
Vana's working pretty directly and will be growing the relationship with NCWS, with Stephanie and group for the records. And she's going to work directly with them and determining what parts and pieces are missing. And I think that's what our task is, to potentially, it'd be nice if we went directly to that and required all of our applications through NCWS. So that is on our list of things to get done. And I'm glad staff's involved with NCWS. It's much better, more continuous than a board member being the one that's leading the charge. But we can take your direction and definitely keep moving forward. That's our goal.
So the NCWS record, I don't think, I'm not aware that it probably adequately addresses our concerns on the SE license experience.
No, that would be separate. That would be separate. We would still require the application forms.
Yeah, what about the PE though?
That can be addressed on the NCWS record.
Yeah.
So
Or the
again,
PLF.
trying to
That
get
makes-
as much as possible, right?
It makes sense to move in that direction, I think, yeah. CPC tracking. Sounds like we don't, well, we only require it for surveying.
And on site.
And on site.
Right.
It wouldn't work.
Oh, they wouldn't work for the onsite because
Right.
they're not listed.
Exactly.
But so
And you do have experience using that NCWS for CPC tracking? And it doesn't work or?
I've not used the CPC tracking, which is where I'm confused because when I look at your record, your NCWS record, it's not there. Your CPC is not there.
So,
You have
and
to
that's,
transmit it to each state, yeah. And I'm very familiar with it, so I can walk through it too in the office, Vana. I use it everywhere.
I think the important thing is the CPC tracking tool is pushed and it's kind of controlled by the record holder, not something that the state can grab onto, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's something that is sort of a add-on that is a helpful way to track their CEUs or their CPC, but it's not something that is available to the state, but it can be used by the applicant to push information to the state.
So if he got audited, he would just pull it and send it
Absolutely.
to Jill. But she can't go in and grab it.
Right.
Because they have a thing that says CPC reports that you can click on, and it's the people that have submitted their reports to Washington.
Right.
Oh, is that
Right.
But
But it looks like
it's kind of like a verification,
Yeah,
it's like a license verification.
I think 2017.
The last one was like 2018. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But I wonder if the,
Well, it's probably the last time we audited.
I wonder if the record holder would have to invoke that, like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I think they do. It's kind of like when they requested a license verification. Just to get a,
It's just a list of the ones that people have actually pushed to us.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah. So again, I just want to bring it up as a tool that we should use that is very basic level. And so we don't have to maintain forms. We don't have to get this box of stuff that is kind of bogging us down to process.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah.
I was gonna say during the practice, I think that we talked about that were, in my notice that someone's being audited, that we would say, give them that option, that if you have NCS, CPC tracking, you can provide that report to us. Isn't that what we talked about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so thank you. Any questions on this topic? All right, item 6.8. NCWS participation, 681. Committee reports. Anything, I'll just go in order here, Aaron, that you wish to report?
So the committees that I'm involved with at the NCWS level are the exam development committee, so the yes exam. So I'm involved, and that's just a continuation annual base of creating the question vetting questions at the national level. Another committee that I'm on is the EPP, which is the Policies and Procedures Committee, working through some of the processes that go on at the annual meeting, processes that go on as normal course of business for NCWS. One of the things that we're working on right now is just procedure-wise, things that come up before at the annual meeting. How can they be understood better from committees, by committees at the floor, rather than immediately bringing a motion up. Right now, you can bring a motion up from the floor at the business meeting, at the NCWS annual meeting. It can be discussed and potentially voted on at that meeting at that time, where the committees, they don't have the opportunity to provide their guidance, or at least talk about it at committee level. So one of the things is how that's gonna work. So that's one of the things that the EPP committee is working on. Some of the other language, some of the other policies with regard to rules, model law, and just the influences of education requirements as policies with regard to applicants. So, but that's an ongoing. Another committee that I'm involved with is the Western Zone Leadership Development Committee. And it's a very active group, and every other month, the Leadership Development Committee puts on live webinars or sessions through Teams for any board members and members through the Western Zone. You're able to connect, which I'm hoping that everybody is getting that invite. Even MBA's staff is getting that invite, where we can plug in. It's only a 30-minute session, and we've done things like, well, I did one on the NCWS record and the website tools. Jill was the presentation last month in November about the investigation.
Resources.
Resources.
To NCDS.
Right, right. And again, they're meant for both new members and existing members. More about it's a collaboration piece with other member boards. So I'm encouraging each of us to kind of plug into those because there's a lot of value to those. Those are the three main committees that I'm working with currently. On the periphery, still working with EPS and work on the divisional exam for status. Yeah, and that's my work so far.
Great. Thanks for your involvement. Any questions of Aaron?
Actually, if you don't mind, Aaron, do you have sessions scheduled?
I do.
Is it monthly maybe, or?
It's a bi-monthly, so the next one is January. 1 moment now.
I did pop in for the one that Jill did, and I thought that was great.
My 15-minute, that was supposed to be 30-minute presentation.
But you had questions, you know.
That's true.
Okay, so the next one is scheduled for January 11th, and they're from 1 o'clock to 1:30 Pacific time, so our time. This one's going to be on remote supervision and hybrid work.
It's a good topic.
Yeah.
Is that Aaron?
January 11th from 1 to 1:30.
How do we get on the list to get the invites?
She is.
Aaron, right? No, I mean, we have, so the Western Zone has an email list.
No, I just need to get on the list.
And so it's that active list. So anybody can request being on the list in the Western Zone. It should be going to various.
Chris and I are both associate members, and
Yeah, so you should be getting the invite.
we didn't.
If I get one, I'll forward it to you, and then you can talk to Elizabeth.
I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, I'm good on everything.
Maybe I hadn't gotten that update.
Yeah, the zone itself has to maintain the email list, and some people do have their current email. So just like us, right? You have to maintain the email. But I will just forward along think about this to you. You can see.
Thank you.
All right, good. Okay, my role, I'm secretary. We're so I'm learning the process. We meet as officers monthly, just a standing meeting to talk about now. Most activity is involved around the Western Zone meeting in Montana, and meeting with the folks that from the Bozeman area. Bozeman, yeah, the planning committee for the Bozeman event. So yeah, nothing unique or unusual to put down on. Marjorie, you just have some activity.
It's 7 a.m. yesterday morning and potentially 7 a.m. tomorrow. Not so fond of the Western Zone members, I think. I am on the UWS EPE, which is examination for professional engineers. And so they're all PE exams, which covers a lot of different exams. And the committee is responsible for evaluating the specifications that are developed to start a new exam, to reevaluate the content of exams every 7 years by bringing studies to the industry PACs, which are professional activity, knowledge, something. Yeah, Shannon was starting to mouth it. I was, and knowledge, I don't remember the rest. Yeah. Specification. Study. So packs, so we've evaluated the packs. They're very different, mechanical components, the HVAC, configuration, machine design. We're going to be looking at plumbing and for those of you that haven't been at one of them, they happen pretty quickly. Somebody would put forward a proposal and all of the different boards have an opportunity to vote on it. And it's a very short period of discussion. And so something new can come up and we could be sitting there going, do you understand where this came from? And they're like, okay, ready for the vote. So I think that might be a little bit about why this proposed change that would say at an annual meeting, nobody can bring up changes to exam procedures or policies without it going back through the committees and then coming back to number vote following. So that's one of them that I was actually involved in this morning. We're going to improve for the survey. So that's that one. The other piece of this committee is working on the standard setting cut score. So for every single exam that NCWS is a established cut score, and the exams change, of course, throughout the year. I mean, especially now that the computer wants to get them fly. Somebody walks into a testing center and they get an exam, it's different from the guy sitting next to them. It's different from the one that took it the day before. So they're all different, but in order to be able to score them, they have a standardized cutting score, cut score. And so they do that by having a group of individuals who have passed the exam take the exam in person in NCWS's office, and then evaluate if they think passing scores would be. And the members of the EPE and the exam committee and use that information to decide if that's the cut score for the standardized test. And when various tests are given, a little harder tests, it might actually change somebody's score, the passing score, if there's a standardized. And it I attended a cut score setting meeting in September for 2 pieces of the new structural exam. And I was very impressed with the whole process, the commitment of the people that were taking the exam. I took the exam myself because I didn't turn in my results, but I could see, how they use materials and how the problems are presented. And then the process that they go through process to come up with the cut score. Yesterday at 7, we had a training session for statistics and psychometrics by Pearson View, and it just kind of helped reinforce in this whole process we go through for setting the cut scores, standardizing everything, And then also continuing to evaluate each problem. You know, throughout the year, they get the statistics from not necessarily individual examinees, but as a whole, and they can see how it's doing and whether they're providing the information we need in order to make sure if somebody's competent or not. So when I was in Greenville, Ken was also there. He on the auditing committee, and so he was a part of that observing the process. So that's it.
So Marjorie, with your confidence level in the new process, is it getting better as you learn more about?
I was very impressed with the problems. The part that I was involved in were the multiple choice problems that were the multiple choice problems before. The structural exam has always had half of the exam is what's called a constructed response, where somebody actually sits around with a pencil and does the calculation so that we can follow their line of thinking and how they've gone about the problem. That is not done that way on the computer-based training testing. And I've been, kind of out about the fact that I'm really worried about that watering down the quality of the exam. That piece will be evaluated in May, and the cuts were presumably set in May. And I was loud about wanting to be a part of that process too, to see those problems. But at the meeting yesterday, Jason Gamble, who heads up the exam group, says, I'm going to need volunteers for the cut scores. There's a mechanical one in April and structural that happens to fall at the same time as the Western Zone. And he said, I want new people to come to these, so that everybody has an opportunity. It was almost like it was kind of directed a little bit at me because I've done this before, but I spoke up and said, I really want to be a part of this process because this is the first year that we're really changing this process.
Yeah.
I am very concerned about the way reference material is provided on a computer-based testing. So you walk into Pearson View, you have a monitor, and the problem will show up that you need to solve. And then you have part of the monitor is for reference material. You cannot open two kinds of reference materials at a time. So structural is great. And sometimes you need the concrete code open and parts of the International Building Code open at the same time. You can't do that. There were a number of other concerns that the test takers spoke about afterwards. And I finally said, look, I'm going to collect everybody's comments about what they saw with the reference materials. They said, I could have solved this test much quicker if I wasn't so held back by the way the reference material, search is a little bit cryptic compared to what we're used to with the software we use in our offices. There's a page number given, but there's no page number in the PDF. So you're scrolling through 400 pages of a code, and you get partway through and I'm like, I don't know if I'm. Anyway, I took down all that information and presented it to the structural exam cut score committee and NCWS, and basically their response, which they had said to me in person, was Pearson View is providing the software for the reference material and we don't have any control. So I'm going to keep pursuing that, which may be the reason why I'm not invited back. But yeah, so that's my only concern about the exam is that, and his comment was, well, all of the exams are provided the same way. but I would guess that in the PE, maybe there's 5 references. In structural, and structural also does bridges and buildings. So there may be 20 to 25 different reference manuals of which you select from, and then it's like, oh, shoot, I need to go to this other one to look up some of the coefficient. And you're having to close out of one and open the other. And then, oh, what page do I have that I gotta go back?
So it's not even that you can minimize it and bring it back up. You've got to close out of it. Wow.
Yeah, and when it's back up, hopefully I've written down the page number in the PDF, so you can get to it, because there's no page numbers on the sheet, so. I mean, it's a software thing that, perhaps they haven't had to deal with as much yet at Pearson View. And maybe there's a way to work it out if we make it rules.
So you said you were implicitly not invited to the next session. Would you go if you?
I'm going to keep pushing.
Or you said there's a conflict?
Well, there's.
Just want to go
Western
to the Western
zone,
zone.
so, the next step is I may not go to the Western zone.
Yeah.
They're doing 2 days, so it was a 4-day thing Ken and I went to. This time they're doing a Friday, Saturday, and then getting to Greenville takes longer than going to Europe. It's a whole day affair of trying to get there and back, and so.
I wonder if Jason's gonna have, Jason's gonna be at the Western Zone. So I
Well,
wonder,
he doesn't run the structural.
no, I know, but I wonder if there's gonna be a structural committee meeting at the Western Zone.
It hasn't been at the zone before, but we can advocate for one. But I'm met a lot of, I've gotten to know some people in the structural exam writing group. John was there, and he's very active in the writing of the exam. So I'm going to be speaking to them, because I just got the answer from NCWS a couple days ago. I will see, they change the way they write the problems. That's the other piece of this, is if you're limited by the reference materials, we don't want people, I'm thinking of people who English is a second language and go to search for something, but you better spell it correctly. So this.
Or you won't find it, huh?
You won't find it. No, there's no workaround. And so perhaps it's giving a little more information in the problem statement without leading them in a way we don't want to do it.
So when you go to the regional NCBS, pays away, right?
Yes.
And they didn't specifically invite you. Well, what if we approve her travel out of our budget and say that we're notifying the NCS that we've paid for her attendance? We wish her to be there.
I might be able to push it as an observer. They're very particular about not having too many people see this. But right now, was on the committee that actually sets the score. And that's just a limited, Ken was an observer for that. I don't know. And he's going to try to be an observer for this second part of that's where it conflicts with the Western Zone. But yeah,
Well,
we can move in that direction if they.
Well, another thought too, Ken, you've been pretty vocal with NCWS, when they announced this change. And I would further suggest that we push to have Marjorie involved. I would think we're one of the more significant stakeholders in this exam because we have a structural exam. And it's actually quite annoying that they set these times that exclude, how can Hawaii attend? You got to attend at 2 a.m. or something?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. And
on the virtual meetings, the virtual meetings.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if we push as a board saying, look, this is our best representative to attend, and this is a very important process to us. You think that would fly?
Well, yeah, and we built a pretty strong relationship with Andrea. And I think that's probably the appropriate push is to have her advocate for getting Marjorie there. I think, but I will definitely keep pushing.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to her. She saw the response for the reference material, and she's head of the structural and band writing committee.
Yeah.
So I will push with her, but she does not select the people from my committee that goes to the cut score. So,
right.
So as of right now, one guy from South Carolina volunteered, who's a structural. But if nobody else volunteers, then I'm it. But see.
Yeah. Yeah, they like to keep the travel.
Yeah, but that's not appropriate for this exam since a lot of the lateral part is really focused on seismic. And there's no one on our committee from California. There's Sean St. Clair from Oregon.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
He's not a structural.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then George Mungall from Idaho is the chair of the committee, but he's not.
Well, like Adam said, we can elect to fund the travel.
Yeah, it's just, they're very particular about security. And so whether or not they allow somebody who's not part of the process to observe.
Okay, well, we'll keep pushing for.
Jim had a question.
I got a quick question. So you're in the cutoff score committee, and yet each question has an A-off score, right?
Yeah.
So, like you said, they're on the fly. So each exam comes together and they're different. So aren't those angle scores dictate what the cut score is for that? So what's the committee determining the cut score for?
Well, first of all, they have to set the Angoff cut score, and then accumulate all the problems, a passing score. And each problem has a some kind of a rating of how difficult it is. And if you get it, and they try to keep them all within the same total level of difficulty. So that the exams, so when I take the exam, they're hoping that the difficulty level is the same as the standard setting, which was given a cut score. It's exactly the same, and it doesn't matter that the problems were different. The score will be what the cutoff score is. But if there's for some reason the complexity of the exam as a whole gets a little more difficult, then they can change the cut score for that particular candidate.
But so it's not exactly the same for every candidate. It could be slightly different based on how the test was generated.
Exactly.
Okay, so what does the committee do then if it's a generated cut score?
The committee generates the initial cut score.
Okay.
By taking the exam.
Of a representative exam.
evaluating each.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, yeah, Marjorie, thanks for your involvement. Ken, you're involved as well, NCWS?
Yeah, as Margie was talking about, I sit on the exam audit committee, which I was able to audit the cut score development with the structural group on the vertical, and then as well went back and did a audit of several exams right there, just in general, and it was very informative and very helpful. Learned quite a bit. one of the things, the takeaways I'm having is I'm putting together a rough policy manual for us on how we want to, direct our exam and our processes of cut score and our processes of subject matter experts and security. And so I've got some rough language I'm going to have put together. Then staff can take that as an outline and move it around or change it or whatever to bring to the board for approval. So, because I think one thing that our Danis has talked to us about is we really need to have a exam policy and that we stand by. That isn't, and so that's coming out of it. So that's one of the additives. Yeah. So it's been very informative, and travel is very difficult. NCAA doesn't give you much time on the flip side, so they push you traveling back and forth pretty quickly. So yeah.
Okay, Ken, thank you for your work as well. Okay. Let's move on to NCAAS Emeritus membership. I think really just reporting in here where the exec committee discussed this, we're going to prepare a policy for NCAAS Emeritus members. We actually have 6 or 8, I think, that are identified as being emeritus right now, that I'm not even sure where they are or what they're doing. So we think we need to do a better job of tracking and having some level of accountability, maybe even reporting annually from our active emeritus members. At any rate, there's a need for discussion unless somebody has a question. We'll come back to a future meeting with a proposed policy. Anything to add?
I think just being active. Yeah. Your Americans just, yeah. In the board. I mean, I'm not speaking necessarily on behalf of the board.
Well, it could be perceived that way.
It could be perceived that way.
Yeah.
But, and we want to make sure that what is being communicated is in alignment.
Yeah. And that's why I think Chun is really our only active emeritus member right now. So. Okay, let's move to 6.8.3. Funded delegates for the Western Zone meeting.
Mackenzie has this one.
Huh? Oh, I was just gonna say, who's going?
I mean, I guess I can talk to it. I mean, it's pretty standard conversation, I guess we have twice a year on who's gonna be funded.
Now, what's a little different this year is I'm automatically funded
Okay,
separately, right?
because
So it frees up I believe it frees up a spot as secretary.
yeah,
How many do we have funded? How many do we get?
3
It's
for
4.
CMLB,
3.
NBA or something.
It's gonna say, usually Facebook.
I don't follow that
You
either.
would be a first-time attendee and they pay for that.
Oh, yeah?
Funded.
Shoot, we can all go for free.
And they would want me to go so that I don't go to. They'll pay extra.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, so we should probably take you off the table as a funded.
Yeah, I would think it would be considered a funded.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, I would have you note that the calendar at the end of the packet has the 15th to the 18th. The first activities are the evening of the 16th.
15th would be more of a,
Travel day.
With a full day of travel.
yeah. What we just said.
Bozeman.
You're gonna have to make a connection, except if you're, yeah.
So far.
From
it's
anywhere.
like
You have to go,
learning.
you have to go
Fly.
Spokane, yeah, to Bozeman.
It's a
Fly back
If
over.
I go,
Yeah.
Drive. Yeah.
would be more funded shows. Like if you're attending, then you would be first timer.
Okay.
And then Dave has his, with his position, it would be funded.
I'm planning on going, so I'd like to be.
And CPS funded.
What's that?
I'm, I don't know what value it would be for me to go for that one, since I'll be off the board by the next meeting. So if somebody else would like to go.
That really only leaves Ivan and I.
That's, yeah.
For
I'm the same boat as Jim,
What
but
about
they're having a
fishing?
Hey,
Get a fishing guide over here. Yeah, I mean, I'll go, but if there's
they're
some.
doing it.
Well, it would be, you know,
Well, how much are you doing with them?
I would-
meetings as a board member.
I would,
Washington.
I would actually argue against that, Jim, because you have the legacy of the, what we've done thus far. And so I'd rather have you there than,
I'll attend this, if that's.
yeah, see.
Here's what I, here's
Sorry,
what
you
I
don't know
propose.
yet, but we're gonna make you pro tem and mayor.
Aaron, Doug, and Jim be, Aaron, Doug, and Jim be funded delegates, and I'll be a board funded delegate.
Okay.
That's what I.
Probably get the easiest travel.
There's one flight a day if direct to Bozeman.
Yeah, but that's direct.
I see where this is going.
Probably the only one.
All in one.
No, the only way to get there, that direct.
How about staff?
Where else do you find her?
Well,
That's
Stella,
for me.
it sounds like Greg would like to attend, so Greg would be attending.
That's Chris.
Greg, and asked if I would go, so I said yes.
Yeah, I can also ask me, but I'm a little bit back and forth about it.
That sounds like discretionary costs by director.
Yeah.
Would be a
No, they don't.
board funded it.
Remember it.
Well,
Do we actually vote on funded delegates?
would we, I believe we need an action on it.
Okay,
So far, it looks like we've got Mike as a first timer. Of course, Dave, he's funded. Aaron, Jim, and Doug as funded delegates. And then through the board would be Marjorie and I.
May I ask a question as a first timer? Are you going to send me some information? Do I have to apply to attend?
So what we do is we will send that information over to NCEES and they will reach out to you as a first timer.
yeah. It'll be pretty specific instructions.
And
From
the good part is you can say, I would like these flights on this carrier, and they'll generally do it.
Somebody
Yeah,
have to say that.
you do that. The first time I'm like, yes, I want to
They rank
go.
my travel.
Yes, you have to have.
They have-
arrange your travel
Yeah.
if
If
you're
they're paying
going
for it.
through and see.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
But they charged me a little extra because of my preferred carrier. And that happened to anyone else? No.
You?
Yeah,
Did you actually get an invoice?
yeah,
Personally?
yeah.
Wow.
We can talk about my situation offline.
Maybe he asked for first class on
Well, Mike's actually flying himself.
How did she fly like
Yeah.
that, right?
Oh,
Looks
wow.
like Elizabeth
That case, we could
Johnston
swing back and
is
say.
joining us as well.
Who?
Elizabeth Johnston,
Really?
she did.
Wow.
Joined us.
We have a guest visitor. Can you hear us, Elizabeth?
Yes, your connection is not ideal, but I can hear you.
Been dealing with that today, so apologize for that.
Yeah,
Well,
I understand.
all right, so I think we need a motion.
I think Ivan moved.
I kind of did.
Maybe you need to express
So-
it.
I move that Aaron, Doug, and Jim be funded delegates through NCES, and Marjorie and I will be board funded delegates with the understanding that Mike and Dave will be automatically funded because of first time and elected officials.
And Fuller is as embedded.
Yeah.
Well stated. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Great.
For complete pollution, the NCES contact.
Yes.
Active with the engineering licensure monitoring task force. We meet about every 2 weeks. We're working on tools and paths to bring various educational and experience related aspects of developing engineers into licensure. So we'll be working that. The primary tool and focus is what I prepared for that task force. We'll also be meeting on one day in Tampa on the 14th of January. So it's a day down, a day there, and a day back.
Yeah.
A week after I get back from Jamaica.
It's good. Thanks for speaking up. Let's make sure we get Doug on the list of, is there anybody else we missed that was involved with NCAAS? All right, let's move to the director's report. We still have Ken with us, and so Ken and Chris, take it away.
So Paul Batar's gonna lead with the finance report because I promised him he can lead the charge, so.
Yeah, are you ready to go over the financial report right now?
Yes, Paul.
Perfect. Okay, so the agency is in excellent financial condition at the moment. I think that the agency will probably end the biennium with about $1.4 million in its operating account. And that should, you know, am I showing up on your end here? Or is it just a blue screen that you're seeing?
Just the blue screen.
Let
Yep.
me see if I can fix that. I think I know what. And are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're all having technical difficulties today.
Yeah, we can hear you fine, Paul.
Okay, perfect.
There you are.
So,
Now we see you.
all right, yeah. So I see. I was just set to the wrong camera there. So the agency will end the biennium with about $1.4 million in its operating account, Fund 024. This is a little bit less than I had projected previously, and that is due to revenues not being as strong as we had initially expected at the beginning of the biennium. So currently I am projecting that revenues will be about 95% of the amount that they were last biennium. Right now, at least through November, I actually was able to get all of November's info as well. We're about 10.4% below where we were last biennium. Through October, we were 12.4% down. So there is some indication that maybe the decline in revenue isn't quite as bad, and that's why I've only got overall revenue falling for the biennium by 5% and not 10 or 12%. And also, expenditures could come in a little bit lower than we're anticipating. For the Polaris system, I always estimate a little bit on the high end just to make sure that we don't underestimate costs and cause a problem for ourselves. But I think as I mentioned yesterday, I think we're getting a little bit closer to resolving that billing issue with DOL. They had initially billed BRPELS $468,000 for the July through October, or July through October, or July through August, or July through September, it's 3 months, July through September billing period. And so they had initially billed the agency $468,000, and they revised after some back and forth. They had revised the invoice down to $46,000, but I still think it's too high. I found a few. I have a few more questions about it. Some of the coding isn't what I would have expected. It looks like maybe some of the costs they assigned to your agency don't actually belong to your agency. So I'm still waiting back on that. But assuming that that invoice drops even further, then I would expect that to improve your projected ending balance. So, when I say the agency will end with $1.4 million, I really think that'll be at least $1.4 million in the account. Oh, is there a question?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Trying to think what else I wanted to cover here. We've got the governor's budget coming out probably within a week or so. If there are any impacts to BRPELS, I will be sure to let you know. I don't expect any impacts since we didn't make any requests, but sometimes there are adjustments to salaries and other impacts to an agency. And of course, as always, I'll be reviewing, for potential fund sweeps. But with a balance of only, I think you're right around 1.5 million right now. I don't expect that to happen. Your balance isn't growing rapidly. You really got probably, it's not an excessive balance. Gosh, that really just about. Oh, I also wanted to mention the ending balance for the appropriation. So you should end the biennium with right around $420,000 in excess spending authority. So in the event that you do have any unexpected expenses come up, you've got plenty of money available there to pay for those. And so really the agency is in great financial condition.
Great, Paul. Any questions from the board?
So I have a question. Yesterday in the exec meeting, we asked for additional information. And so is that something that is going to be, did that have been taken or done by today or?
No.
It was something that.
His information has been prepared.
Yeah,
We're looking at our license data to correlate with it.
And so I
I'll
don't
probably report in a couple weeks, maybe. Paul sent me some information already, but it doesn't have the correlation of licensing. And so we'll put that together and get it out to the board.
That was a question item under the exec committee.
But I thought what Paul could look at is those, if it was current, if the monies came in was current and not something that was from, say, 2 months back or 3 months back, right? That have we seen monies from renewals in current time by this spreadsheet, or is it delayed? Have we just not, has it just not hit the balance sheet because the cash hasn't been received, or is it because it's hasn't even been noticed whatsoever?
In my experience, there's usually a 1 month delay. When I was overseeing the license plate revenues for the office of the lieutenant governor, it would always take 1 month to deposit that money into the account. So that's probably something that we'll want to look at. And I think in order to figure that out, we just need to have a report of licenses that have been renewed by applicants and new applications. We need to get that kind of raw data and then do some calculations to see if it matches up with the deposits that are being made.
Not sure I exactly understand either, but I think that's why we looked at the last biennium, so that it's a comparison of similar time periods, not just like comparing it to last year.
Exactly, yeah, because if we're looking at last biennium, then we really are comparing apples to apples. But of course, if something causes the licensees to renew maybe earlier or later, then that could have an impact on a difference between the current biennium and last biennium. I know with the Board of Accountancy, which I also oversee their finances, they have significant differences in when their licensees renew, and that usually is due to the fact that the Board of Accountancy doesn't always send the renewal notices at exactly the same time, so that can impact when licensees choose to renew. And so that's something I keep in mind when doing their projections. So I don't know if something like that could be potentially impacting your agency, but it's just a thought given my experience with the Board of Accountancy.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Paul.
Other questions here? Thank you, Paul.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and leave the meeting if there aren't any other questions. I hear my doorbell actually. So,
Oh, good.
So,
yeah, thank you, Paul.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so next on the agenda.
That's you, Ken. It's agency operations, and Ken and Chris or myself.
Okay,
you have
yeah.
anything to add?
Go ahead, Chris.
Take it away.
Sure, Mr. Hawaii. I don't know that we have a whole lot to report since the last meeting. Obviously, we have some new staff. Bryce has introduced himself and he's integrating very well. Super helpful. So we're happy about that. Mackenzie's been spending time training and then he'll be training with other staff and figuring out where he can be most helpful. So more to come there.
Anywhere you need.
See, that's why we hired him. Let's see, I don't, as far as other new things, what, Ken?
Waltdale,
Right.
Pro Tem.
Yeah, so we have, Dale is coming on board as a pro tem board member for PLS. And he will be helping with case management, especially as Jim is starting to exit the board and then Aaron only has a year left. So I actually talked to Walt earlier. So Jill and I will be meeting with him, sort of getting him set up a little bit. And he'll be getting paperwork to Mackenzie. So we're excited about that. Walt has a ton of experience. He's been either an SME or a board member before. So this is not new to him. And prior to that, he was on the survey advisory board at DNR for actually 15 years. So again, a lot of experience. So we're excited about that.
Hey, Chris, on
Yeah.
that, so is he going to have the opportunity to meet with both Jim and myself?
You guys would like to?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
certainly.
I think Jill and I will meet with him first, just show him, SharePoint,
Right.
how everything works, what the process is. And then certainly you guys can meet with him and Jill to talk about,
Okay.
just so there's continuity.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And he's over in Spokane.
Yeah.
So,
I have to add too, I'd like for his paperwork to be completed
Yes.
with HR
Yeah.
for the state before we use him too much. And we need to get that paperwork completed.
that's what I told him today.
He's
So-
got it, I'm just waiting for it to come back so we can submit it.
Yeah, he'll probably be reaching out to you. He said he had some questions on some of the paperwork, so I said, just give her a call. She's happy to help.
What is the name again?
Walt Dale.
And he's from Spokane?
He's from Spokane. He's the owner of Benton and Associates.
Okay.
So,
On a similar topic, unless you're going to get
no,
to
go
it,
ahead.
what's the process and timing for replacement board members?
We are contacting, reaching out, bringing information to select people that ask questions and trying to move forward. Of course, we would love to have recommendations from the board members that are moving on to who they think might fit for their replacement. So we're moving. We have possibly 2 candidates that we've talked to for the PLS side of it. And so I think one might be still thinking about it. One has decided not to run for it. And so we're actively recruiting. goal is to have a few at the April board meeting, if not the February board meeting, and to be able to see what's going on, to ask questions, and then help you guys help them convince them to put an application in.
Okay, great. Probably February is better, right? Because the process takes a while.
Yes, I would like to.
Rather than Vancouver in April. We may find it's a little harder to get someone to show up down in Vancouver.
Well, we're hoping that Ivan can help us down there.
Aren't we going to Ivan's house in April?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, why not?
He may be out on Friday.
I've reached out to 3 different engineers, 2 of which have said no, 1 of which is a maybe.
And
Yes.
myself went to the LSAW Board of Directors meeting, not too long ago.
November, 1st of November.
Yeah, 1st of November, and spoke to the Board of Directors and put a pitch in. Explained and answered questions about time commitments and things like that, so hopefully somebody will come out of there and submit their application.
Yeah, I spoke to one of the local chapters of LSAW last month. And the LSAW president was there. He came up from Vancouver and was asking questions about, okay, well, who are you looking for? And can they be involved in LSAW and be a board member? And so we engaged there, and then I emailed him, and so I'm hoping that they'll be sending us some names. They'll be, just checking in with them periodically, see what they've got. So you guys just
Yeah.
make it look too much fun. Nobody. So yes,
Yeah.
we are actively recruiting.
Great, good, thank you.
All right. I think next up is Greg.
More. Program reporting.
Yeah, I think we're just, Vonna and I and Ken are looking into the computer-based testing. We talked to a company that does automation through WATech, got an estimate, talked to them, and we pivoted a little bit. Now we're looking at learning management systems. So we'll be making a decision to get the law review or law exams at least online, and then looking towards the future, being able to do trainings on the same platform, and maybe someday the state specific. So we'll see. So we're looking into that. We'll keep the guys posted. I think that's it. Do you think of anything else, Ken?
All right.
I'm sure I'm missing something.
I missed whatever was said. Sorry.
Hey, Ken, I think we're at program reports now.
Okay, Greg's up.
Hello. Our communication program report for this time around, one of the biggest things we've been working on is our website, as WATech is finishing a mock-up of our homepage, which will be used as a template for all the pages. Meanwhile, staff is continuing to work on rewriting the entire website for accuracy, clarity, and consistency. Big thank you to Vonna, Mackenzie, Shannon, Jill, Neem, and Emily for all their hard work in rewriting the website, editing, corrections, additions, and that's a weekly process, and as you can imagine, quite lengthy, but we will have a really robust website when we get to the end of our process. So.
All right.
Yeah. Logo, we did have that discussion earlier, so that's been another huge topic that we've been working on the last couple of months. The journal, latest edition is out. Hope you saw that. Came out about 2 weeks ago. Already starting to work on the next edition, which will come out in May. If you have suggestions or thoughts, please let me know. Social media, finishing policies as required. Plan to launch LinkedIn along with our new logo starting in January. We don't plan to have commenting, at least at this point. However, I will be coming to all of you to please like and share, as we want to try and grow that as much as possible. One of the things about social media is making a commitment to try and feed that and making sure that it's has some new material. So I think it's wise to commit to 2 posts per month, which is not, I prefer it to be a lot more than that, but just based on resources and such, I think that's probably a good place to crawl before we can walk. So, but that is coming soon. So, outreach, we're building a list of organizations, associations, municipalities, producing a calendar of conferences and meeting dates, as we want to get very proactive with knowing when those conferences are, so we can be more engaged with those, whether it be booths or whether it be speaking opportunities or even just connecting with different groups and associations. So, most recently attended LCW chapter meeting with Chris, and she spoke to the group. Also, thanks to Doug for going up to WSU Bremerton, speaking to engineering students, helped support him in that. And then also yesterday, Mike Harney speaking to students here on the same side that Doug did, which was importance of license process and ethics. And Mike shared a really good example of ethics yesterday too, which I think was especially engaging. So all those articles coming to LinkedIn and also the journal in the spring. So though that's just a high level of what we're working on, a lot of things behind the scenes, which are more housekeeping, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay. So the regulatory program report, right? Second?
Yeah. I think Ken,
Can I have something?
no, I think Ken just catches the, I don't know if he's catching everything yet. But yeah, please.
So rulemaking. They're all listed there. The 18609 about the indexing rule. I'm mentioning it because it's been on our list for about a year, but we're still working on creating public indexes so we can have a rule about them. But where it's required, public indexes are required by the state. Public records requests, I'm actually up to 84 as of today. Yeah, it's almost last year. And I will be starting to track the time it takes me to work on each public records request. That's it. I know there's something else, but I can't remember.
84 to date for the year?
To the year, yeah, okay, for the year, 84 this year so far. I expect at least 1 or 2 more after this board meeting. So, really seems to.
On average, about how long does it usually, what's your level of effort?
Lists, well, it's easy. Lists take day, maybe, not even a whole day, maybe a couple hours. That includes making the folder, making the email folder, responding to them, creating the list. Disciplinary are really easy because Jill keeps really good records, so she just pretty much copies everything over to me. Licensing record, it doesn't take long. The one I'm working on now, I have one open still. It's been open since February. And I work on that about 8 to 12 hours a week on average. It's looking at emails and trying to find the information the person's looking for in the emails. Now, oh, I know what it was. I'm going to be, Elizabeth, I'm letting you know, I'm going to be changing, I think we need to change our public records request form. I read it and I really don't think it's very good.
Okay.
So I went to a couple other agencies because they have like a public records request and then a public list request form.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so I want to kind of do that.
That makes sense.
Because you have to have a reason, you have to have a reason to have a list. You don't have to have a reason to get records.
Right.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want people getting lists for commercial purposes. Right?
Yes. And then, yeah, the redaction on some of the records.
Right.
Disciplinary and licensing records, that takes a while too, because you have to redact and then you have to count how many redactions and then you have to write in how many redactions per page and the count of the redactions. So yeah, it's just keeps you busy.
And
That's it.
most of the requests are for disciplinary cases?
Yes. Disciplinary, either the response or the case manager report. Yeah. Been getting a lot for licensing applications lately.
Any more questions for Sharon?
All right.
Investigation and compliance, Jill?
All right, thank you. So, I think we've talked about PDH audits, so I think everybody knows what's going on with that. I don't think I need to update you on the PDA audit. PDA, well, I did do some audits, yeah, so, and I'm gonna be conducting them early every month, so.
So on the audits,
Mhm.
so we only basically received or audited 5 PLSs and 2 on-sites.
Correct.
What percentage of the total licensee population is that? That's less than.
That's a really good question. I have no idea.
Like 1,037 professional land surveyors.
Right.
And you probably pay 4 or 5 a month license get renewed.
Yeah, well, it depends on when their license renews, on how many's gonna be audited, so it's.
So is the 5 and the 2, I mean, usually it's a percentage of pool, right?
Right,
It's a-
yeah, well, and I think that when we had been talking about this earlier, I think that Ken and I talked and we said, okay, we're gonna do like five land surveyors if there was.
5 out of 1,000.
There wasn't out of 1,000. No, it was out of how many licenses were
Renewals.
renewing in February
Okay,
of 2024.
It might be, if the average would be about 90, if you spread that out over 12 months, it'd be about 90 a month
Okay.
would renew. And so 5 out of the 90,
Okay.
that would really be your percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was only 2 on-site that were renewing in February, so I. just
Oh,
did
you're right,
both.
that's too many, so it would be 40, yeah, it would be about 45,
Right.
40, 45, yeah,
Okay. Yeah, just as long as it's a good representation
Mhm.
and not just,
yes. Yeah.
such a small number that it doesn't give us really any value to.
Yeah.
To do a random audit.
So it'd be like 5 out of the average of 40 to 45.
Right. Per month.
Yeah, per month.
Okay, good.
Okay, and then digital signatures, Chris and I are still working on that, just gathering some information. We met with some of the people with the city of Seattle and talked to them and their practices. So we're trying to put together like a best practice, kind of a white paper, I guess.
They put a request out in the journal for people to give, if they have thoughts about it. And one gentleman did reach out. I'll have to look at what he sent us, but
Yeah. But we've only had the one.
Yeah.
The sanctions list, I did get that, put together from all the past sanctions. It's out on the SharePoint board member site under resources, so go there and look and see what we have done in the past, and I'm working on getting the current ones on there. It went through 2018, so we don't really have that many more to get on there, but I just need to get that updated. I'm also working on a desk reference guide for investigations, pretty much got like what we have done. We've already have it typed up from before, written up before. I just need to kind of tweak it a little bit just with our current process on how we process complaints. And so I just also wanted to say the tracking system running great. Aaron had requested yesterday that we change who the emails are coming from that the board members get and the respondents and complainants get. They're coming from Diane and people are like, who's that? So they're gonna be coming from me. She's gonna change it so they'll come from me, so. And yeah, that's it.
Any questions for Joe? Thanks, Joe. Licensing, Ronna?
We're doing good.
Report.
We're here all week.
I did, so the information in your packet is actually missing some information, so I did forward that update to Mackenzie. That provides the actual numbers and maybe.
It's my email. I was trying to go through the whole arsenal of stuff.
No worries. So applications received, we are it's staying pretty much on task of, the previous, report outs that I've done. We did go down, I'd say almost, I don't know, 80-ish in, applications received for professional engineers from our last board meeting to now. And I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's just because of the time of the year and, we're getting into the holidays. But other than that, I mean, we seem to be pretty on task there. License issued, nothing. Thought you were telling me I did my math wrong. No, which I probably did. Okay. Yeah, license issued, we're pretty top there as well. So it's not too bad, honestly. Active licenses, again, we're right where we need to be. So, oh, she got it up there. I don't know if you can read it. Yeah, it's too tiny. We have 27,882 active licensed PEs, 1,792 SEs, 1,038 PLS. And then our designers are at 221, inspectors are at 113, and our businesses for the corporations and LLCs is 1,579. So yeah, I mean, we're pretty much staying pretty even. Any questions there?
I would think most of our revenue comes from active licenses, and this is pretty.
I think we lost them.
Yep, it appears so, but we have this nice graph to look at. That is such a weird thing that the revenue went down, but the licenses remain the same.
Yeah, Paul and I will look into that. We could put some statistics together and figure out what the anomaly is. Even looking at the delay, there's been some delays in DOL's revenue processing and mail processing. And then maybe it's coming in batches that are offset. I don't know, but the accumulation of it is the more scary part because you think it would pick up and balance itself, reconcile. So
I would be super careful about what, the processing piece of it by DOL, because we
won't get our nose in it. We just will look to see because we want to look at where our anomaly is coming from. So
I don't mean don't put your nose in it. I mean put your nose in it and be careful.
Yeah.
Watch out. No, I totally mean that. I mean just the budgeting over there is so crazy right now and then like sending you a bill for 400 and then going down to 40, like, oops, there they are.
Okay. Thank you. Are we back on? Okay. Polaris, there are some issues right now within Polaris. Active bugs, we don't have a lot. We have 2 that they're working on. They're actually, I didn't even look to see what they are. I forgot. But we've got some issues where the system is not rolling once the licensee is applying for a license. They're paying their fee, but it's not rolling to an in review. It's remaining in a pending payment. So then it looks like they haven't made their payment. So
that's a revenue shortage right there.
It just started happening over the last couple of days. So no.
That we know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
but they are looking at that. They had a meeting on that today, so hopefully that'll get fixed.
As the question about you had read RCW 5809 and take 3130 been put back in the system yet?
No, it was being released in the middle of December because they didn't want to charge us for it because it's so we have so many hours per month that we are allowed to use for fixes without being charged. And this
was that fixed? They dropped it. It's not fixed.
But he asked them to drop it. Oh, no, not that one. Yeah, you're talking about that one. And in their mind, it's a fix. It has to go.
Well, they have to fix it.
They have to fix it because it's broke. So it's a fix.
They had to break it in order to fix it.
So anyway, they're not charging us for it. So
Contract's because they broke it,
Well, they charge.
but it's gonna take until when?
potato. It'll be done next week. It is in the works to complete it.
Yeah.
Law-
Some very interesting news, by the way, they just got, NCARB has developed a licensing system that they're allowing their boards to tap into, and it's supposed to be a very simple process. And one of the PE boards, Nebraska, is actually going to be plugging in NCARB's licensing system here. And there's talk of the town right now that perhaps NCWS ought to build a licensing software that all the boards can plug into and use. So it's pretty interesting. And sorry, Bon, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it just came in a little bit earlier today.
And CARB is,
That is the National Council of Architectural
Registration
Board. Registry?
Registration boards.
Yes. It's for architects. So,
I'm sorry.
I
gotta, my back hurts, I can't get up.
we're moving forward hopefully with CBT for law reviews. We've heard about that. Scantron, we're still working on item upload there. I'm hoping it'll be done in the near future. Still have my box cleanup, which I'm going to be having Bryce do, and I haven't told him that yet, though.
oh, I do. Oh, I do.
Plus, we gotta work on some application updates, and then Shannon and I will be working on a, historical data list update, for all the exam information and whatnot. It's pretty much done. We just have some minor items to add to it, so that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. You're here all week, right?
I am here until 3 o'clock.
Any questions for Vonna?
Be like that.
Thanks, Vonna.
Yep.
Admin, Mackenzie.
All right, so we added a new section here about growth of the agency, hiring and succession planning. We went over a couple of these items already when we were doing the agency kind of update there. So really kind of quickly over this is Bryce was hired as the AA3, which we've discussed a couple of times there. He started on November 16th. We're working on onboarding Walt Dale as a PLS Pro Tem board member. Recruitment for new board members, which we already discussed. We've had Jim and Ken attending the LSAW Fall Seminar. That was really part of getting that recruitment message out there as well. We also had the meet and greet yesterday, which was a great opportunity to at least get some, introduce some students to faculty and local associations, and potentially, who knows, maybe there'd be a future board member there. Let's see, myself and Christina are attending leading organizations training, which is really just growing our leadership skills. It's very, very in-depth training, and it's going to be going on for quite a few more months. As well as Vonna is attending some trainings, a series of project management trainings to kind of grow her project management skills. We're working right now on our performance evaluations. We've talked about a little bit about Ken's evaluation, but also staff is working on theirs. So those are going to be due by the end of the year. We've got those all scheduled. Admin policies, doing a lot of work on that. This used to be called list and reorg, but it's never really been just a list and reorg. It's been more about a full review of policies. So developing and establishing any missing policies, reviewing and updating outdated policies. I've got quite a few that I'm working on right now, which would be the director's evaluation as a procedure, social media policy, still working on that layoff policy, COOP, so continuity of operations, out-of-state travel policy, exam policy, and domestic violence policy. So those are the ones I'm working on now. Form updates, so adding all the legal background questions back onto all of those forms. That's something that we're working on. It should be done by the end of this year, end of this month. And then also, while we're doing that, we're going to be starting the review of accessibility for these forms. So looking at the questions we're asking on the forms, how it looks, can everybody use this form? Or, you know, how far does that go? But how accessible are our forms? And then, of course, I put on there about the website. So website updates, new website and logo. And that's really assisting with web content, contracts, billing, research, etc. Kind of lingering there, we've got those required trainings, the culture of military spouses. I went and looked that up just the other day, and there's nothing new that I've seen coming out about that training. So still keeping an eye on it. As well as the diversity, equity, and inclusion training. They are still unavailable for anyone to sign up to watch any of modules 1 through 4. So I just looked again the other day to see if there's any seats available, and there's none. And then some completed items there, the 2023 annual technology certification that was due by the 31st of this month, and we completed that way ahead of time. I think that was October. The agency contract transparency report that was due in October, also completed. We hired the AA3, checked that off the list. The statewide HR management report that was done, and I reported on that last meeting, which new with that completion is that I sent over our policies to OFM. I completed an event request form and completed that director evaluation procedure there for policies. Any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
The required training,
Yes.
that was required of staff, or is that required of,
All. So board and.
so for board and staff, the required training is?
So we haven't really
but-
discussed it since we talked about it over the summer, but there's basically a 2-hour documentary that you start the training with. And then following that, there are 4 instructor-led modules that you need to take. We conducted a watch party of that documentary in, I want to say July, early mid-July. And all staff were able to complete that. Any time that you'd like to watch the documentary, you're available to do so in your learning, the learning center that we have, you guys set up with your.
So it's for staff and board members to gain an understanding of the culture of military staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the DEI.
No,
I apologize.
I'm just trying to understand.
The culture of military spouses, that was passed in a bill, last?
Yeah, that was part of the military spouse bill that was passed last legislative session, and the VA is supposed to come up with training for board members for the various boards, and I haven't seen any yet.
No, nothing's been put out there about it. They're still developing it as far as we know.
Yeah.
Okay, I just.
I think it was supposed to be done by October, but. They didn't get done with it.
Yeah.
And the DEI,
Yeah, so the DEI, that was the bigger one I was talking about.
Okay.
It's the timeframe to complete the diversity, equity, and inclusion training is 5 years. So there's not necessarily a huge rush to get them done immediately. We want to keep this in our sights and of course, complete it as soon as we can. Unfortunately, right now, there's no way you can get a seat for modules for the next 6 months.
What if they record these?
I agree, but Christina and I, we were able to complete all of the modules in the documentary through our leading organizations training that we did. I think their first push would be, leaders through the state that they're trying to make sure they get that completed. They're full. I think they have maybe 15 available courses out there and they're all full. I think they take about 25 for each course.
Because it's being required of every employee, the state, every state employee. This Washington State employs a lot of people. So that's why they're giving 5 years, because they knew that he's sort of a mad rush in the beginning.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated of course on this. This is something I keep an eye on all the time.
You're saying, I don't think I'll be saying, all right.
Yeah, but you'll be updated on that. As soon as we know that there's some spots available, we'll let you know. Side note, the documentary is also on Netflix before it gets taken off. But if you decide, you know, you'd like to just do it over the weekend and not log in,
Is that different than the one we watched
Yes,
several months ago?
yes.
we watched it in July.
The one that we watched in the room and the same one that they watched. This one's different.
So there's another one we need to watch.
That's the one. It's only 1 2-hour documentary. No,
But
the
then
board
the other
members
classes are
attended.
the instructor led.
Right.
The 4 modules are instructor
That's
led
what we have.
modules.
Right.
Yes, that's
Yes.
what's full.
But I, for the next 5 years. Yep.
Yes.
It's full. It's full.
It's both.
At least 6 months out, they're full.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mackenzie.
Hey, Ken. I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
remembered, Ken, that you had brought up some discussion with me on the decoupling.
Yes,
And how it involved with getting seats at Pearson View. We were gonna
yes.
maybe talk about that as a strategic planning item for the EQC, and we had so much other cool stuff on the
Yeah.
strategic
Well,
planning.
Mackenzie will add it to the plan. Decoupling, research, decoupling, yeah. Exam from education experience.
We're out of order because we
Yeah.
didn't bring it up in strategic planning. I was wondering, since we're on other items for director's report, if this is an okay time to mention this. We need some board direction. The issue is the EQC wants to know if the board would like a strategic planning item added to the strategic planning list concerning just an evaluation of the fact that there are so many states that have decoupled. And there's about 8 states that haven't, as far as we know. Meaning that someone can go in and go to NCWS, get signed up, get approved to take an exam without going to a licensing jurisdiction, and get a seat at Pearson View and take an exam. And so there are some exams that are still going to be given on just a couple days, like 2 of the structural. And, you know, how long does it take somebody to get approved if they go through our process? And when would they have to get that done in order to be able to get a seat on one of those days that are the only days they can take certain modules? And so are we hindering some of our applicants? And I don't even know if the structural is decoupled in a lot of states or not. So the question is not how we deal with that. The question is, would the board like the exam committee to look into this further as part of strategic planning?
Is there a perceived shortage of seats? That's such a new format. I mean, it's already been offered only twice a year.
Right. But the question is, you have to get signed up in advance at a computer center as opposed to going to a room at a convention center where the proctors come in.
I see, so there's more maybe more limited seating available.
Right, it's never been given at the computer centers
Okay.
twice a year.
Okay.
And there's other exams, and NCWS came out with a memo to Ken that said, I don't know if it was metallurgical, or there's a few others that are also given, on, certain days.
Okay, so there could be a new barrier that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And so, to me, it makes sense to look into that further.
Yeah, but
So we're asking for that to be put on the strategic planning list.
Useful power.
And the executive committee can see if that is a higher value item that gets assigned.
Yeah.
That makes sense? Yeah.
Doug's suggesting I use my power as chair to sign that too.
I don't know if it would be necessarily called a barrier, just because, I'm not saying for or against decoupling, I don't care either way, but currently they do have deadlines. NCWS does have deadlines where everything has to be signed up, you know, whether it's
Yeah.
structural or the PE exams that are only specific times during the year, where they have to be registered with them, which in turn made us as Washington do deadlines as well, so that they had 2 to 3 week window, whatever, to register with NCWS.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are in place as well.
Right. Possible barriers. So I think it would be good for us to investigate if there's a barrier that wasn't there before. So, yes, please take that on.
Okay.
Oh,
Put it on my test book.
well, if you were volunteering somebody else.
Hold.
Yeah.
Voluntold.
Wow, set up. Nice. Okay, thank you. Anything else under other items, Ken or Chris?
No, I just had the decoupling actually listed. So, thank you, Marjorie.
All right. you
Nope,
done?
we're good. I'm done.
Okay. AAG report, Elizabeth?
Well, that always depends on what people ask me to report on. I don't think, I always say this, Ken, I don't know of anything I'm supposed to report on, but is there anything?
Elizabeth, I don't think there's anything you report on either.
Okay. Anybody else want me to report on something? I can just make something up. If you want.
You could repeat that you have no further action on different things. Or static on some cases that are under appeal.
Well, I could. You mean cases that Denitsa's handling?
His name.
Like the two lack of compliance.
Got the one, Mr.
People.
Huxell, and, yeah.
Huxell, yeah.
It was reported on during the compliance.
Okay.
Excellent expense, right?
Yeah.
But I can, after this, I can check in with Denitsa and ask her, you know, the status of the things she's doing to report out on those if you'd like me to do that. I know Jill is pretty aware of what's happening with those cases, right, Jill?
Yes.
You meet with her weekly, don't you?
Monthly, we meet with her monthly.
Monthly, okay. Well, I'm happy to check in too with her before these meetings so that I can report out on that.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Elizabeth? Thank you, Elizabeth.
You are welcome.
We still have public on there.
We do have, it looks like Luke logged off, but we've got Elizabeth Johnston on the line still.
Okay. We're at 9.1, additional public comment. All board meetings are open to the public and the board invites comments and discussion from the general public. Individuals may give verbal comments during the public comment period with 3 minutes allotted to each speaker. You may comment about any matter that is on the agenda, any matter that concerns you. Board meetings are not adjudicative proceedings nor hearings, so the board cannot accept and consider direct oral testimony in support of or opposition to any given complaint or application. Before you give comments, we encourage you to familiarize yourself with the board's statutory authority. All public comments are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Does anyone wish to make a public comment? Elizabeth?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Johnston. I am a Washington registrant. I'm an electrical engineer, but I am from Fairbanks, Alaska. I wanted to call and speak to you about a couple things. First, I saw on your agenda that you're looking at adding the NCWS continued professional competency tracking as an option for submitting audits to Washington Board, which I am a big fan of. That as a multi-state registrant is a great plan, and I really am happy to see that happening. Second, I wanted to thank the Washington Board for your spirit of volunteerism. We've got Dave Peden, who's the Western Zone Secretary. We have Aaron Blaisdell, who's running for Western Zone Vice President. And we have Jill, who recently assisted me with the ongoing Western Zone Leadership Development session. She ran a particular workshop for us on law enforcement resources. So I very much appreciate all of the Washington Board members' expertise. In particular, I'm calling to you guys today to ask for your support. I'm running for the NCWS president-elect role. It's the Western Zone of NCWS's turn to elect the overall president for the organization. And I would love to ask for your support and take any questions you might have regarding that.
Yeah, very quiet. No. I think, thank you back to you for your involvement with NCWS too, so. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say
Which date?
the next leadership development session is January the 11th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And any of your new board members, I know you're having several people cycle off and be replaced, should be encouraged to attend those because they're very, very small, only 30 minutes. And we try and give you some useful training that I think new board members find valuable, even old board members find valuable.
You'd be happy to know Aaron already pitched those. And there's one at the beginning of the Western Zone meeting.
Correct. By special edition, we are starting the zone meeting early in Bozeman with that session. We don't have a topic yet for it. The session in January will be on remote supervisory control and hybrid work. So if Washington has any concerns or particular regulations regarding this, I know Alaska has a rule that you have to have a registrant in every office, but we don't have a definition of what an office is. So if you have people remotely working, does that mean that they can't do it unless they're registered? So anyway, it'll be an interesting session.
What jurisdictions are you still looking at support from?
Well, I want all of them. I certainly won't get California because that's where Dr. King is from. But yeah, if you know anybody on the islands, Hawaii, CNMI, Guam, that would be good.
He's over in Hawaii right now. We can give him a gas.
He's on the phone.
No, he's on the literal phone.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
But he's in the
for
wrong island, I think.
All right. Elizabeth, thanks for joining us today. And good luck. All right, 9.2, upcoming outreach and events.
All right. Let's see. Upcoming in February, after all the holidays and all. Septicon is February 2nd and 3rd, again at the Tacoma Convention Center. Also on the 9th and 10th, ASCE Young Members Forum at the Seattle Westin. On February 14th, UW Career Fair in Seattle at the Hub Ballroom. Also LSAW Conference Tulalip Resort on the 20th, 29th, first also the day after that, I believe, and we've got several people going to that and presenting. In April, we've got APWA, April 10th through the 11th, Vancouver Hilton. And looking beyond that, zone meeting we talked about in Bozeman in May, and that's what's on the radar at the moment.
Did you say
It's not on here, but did you say it, the EPWA and?
Yeah,
Spokane?
I also
You're gonna
noticed
add
it's
that?
not in here, but
Yeah,
Greg
no,
had
that's-
mentioned April 10th to the 11th in Vancouver.
Vancouver Hilton.
I'll get that added too.
Public Works
I thought
Association.
there was a meeting in Spokane of somebody in,
I checked their website and they said Vancouver Hilton,
oh,
You might be.
okay,
but
Well, I'm not
we'll
excited.
we'll double check it for sure.
yeah, okay.
I'm gonna be contacting them early next week at the latest, so.
So what do we do with this information? For instance, ASCE Young Member Forum in Seattle on the 9th and 10th. Do we attend or?
We'd love to attend. We'd love to have some folks there. We'd love to present. We'd love to do a number of things. I think the question, two questions come to mind. One is priorities, and the other one is resources. I think those are the two things to balance.
I mean, we have a strategic goal on outreach. So seems like that would be part of the plan, is to get folks. We're looking for staff, board members who, MBAs.
That's a great question. I believe any in all of those, so looking for some direction in that.
Everybody's looking at it.
They want to contact.
Well, I think it's finding out what is needed,
First step.
who is the audience, and then who would be most appropriate to go and interact. Maybe it's a board member and a staff member. Maybe it's just a staff member. Maybe it's just a board member and Greg. Maybe it's Ken and I. I mean, it's really looking at who is the audience, what do we want to convey, what's the message, and who would be best to convey that message.
Go ahead, Ken, if you need to add something.
I can attend that.
APWA.
Yes.
So we were talking a young member forum.
And what's required there?
Well, that's what
This
we're
is
going to have to
volunteer.
look at.
Yeah, the young member forum, that's, target there would be probably a lot of either newly licensed or yet to be licensed individuals.
Right.
ASCE members under 35 years old.
I may be able to attend the APWA.
Okay.
And then when Helen matches my maturity, I should attend that one too.
Just because
Not just
our
maturity.
company usually has representatives there, and I usually serve for that anyway, so.
And we have career fairs on the calendar. What's the thinking there?
Well, given that a little bit more thought than some of the others, was knowing about it for a little bit here, not long, but you'll have to have a couple of discussions. We'd love to have a booth there and be there with materials and such, but it might be a better use of time and a better use of long-term strategy to go and essentially do recon at this one. It's fairly large. It is coming up on us pretty quick. We don't really have the materials at this point. I mean, one of those things ironically that trips us up is logo, but also the materials we might want to have for handouts, even some things like banners and tables and swag and things like that. Some of those are some timelines that would take some time to put together. So
Okay, so we'd be there to advocate for licensure.
I think that's the first question is what's our
And
message?
NCEES probably has a good bit of that material.
Yeah, you need to get involved with, or check with NCWS. I can't remember who's got the stuff when we did the engineers fairs
Right.
at the flight center, but they happily give you lots of handouts and banners and swags and pencils and such.
Yeah,
Do we want to be handing out NCES materials or do we want some of our own materials?
It would get you started.
Right.
Yeah, and an opportunity to kind of see what might work better.
Plus they're gonna see the NCWS logo anyhow because of their
licensure.
Everybody has
EIT.
to do a record.
Exactly. So.
Well, Greg, how about this is an idea?
It's also a question of resource, the time it takes to do all that.
Yeah.
I've got a website and things that I'm deeply, that's a very big project that I'm behind on,
Yeah.
quite frankly, I need to get more involved in. It's a very deep project. So I'm looking for some help with some prioritization
Yeah.
of some of the stuff and some help.
Okay. Why don't we discuss these things more at the next, work committee? Or we a task force? The communication task force.
This happens on February 14th, the UW Career Fair. Is that what we're talking about?
Probably have to get
And so that's,
ahead of time for
that's
That's,
before our
Take
next
photos,
committee.
yeah.
that was part of our discussion that we had this last week.
Well, we can have a committee meeting whenever we want.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if we have one scheduled,
I was gonna, hopefully, after today, be able to schedule one.
but I guess I would ask that, somewhere we fit in there if we can, kind of some recruitment efforts to contact people directly, look them in the eye, say, can you go to this event? Yeah, I think that's gonna work better. It's kind of like the email to 10 people and nobody replies.
Right.
So, okay,
Although being a WSU Coug, I'm not sure if you won't be there. I have to wear my Coug hat.
You guys out of Alabama. beats Washington, so.
Yeah.
you'd have to shower when you get home. 'cause
Great.
All right.
This career fair, were you thinking some could attend and just sort of work the crowd a little and not
Well,
have a booth yet, or? Just
my
like
preference
you
would be
said,
to have,
Akron?
that's what I've been struggling with, and we had a discussion about last week, was the correct answer is have a booth and have a, whatever we can have, but we're scraping together to be able to put up, to basically put up.
Yeah.
And the time it takes to get registered, and, I don't think money is the issue with that, but, and then staffing wise, and the work that's got to go into it to get the preparation for it, which is kind of invisible to everyone else.
Mhm.
I think you don't have a booth if you don't have the right setup for it, the banners, the handouts, and those kind of things.
We have to talk about the audience, the messaging, what are our talking points? And then we talk about, what materials do we need?
Just come across as unsophisticated and quite honestly, potentially embarrass ourselves, right?
I'd like to do it right.
Yeah. Well, let's keep emphasis on this. It'll come together, I think, as long as we keep it as a priority. And we may miss this one, it sounds like we will, but let's try to be set up and ready for next ones. WSU, for instance. Okay. Anything else on date?
No, that's all I've got.
Thanks, Greg. Mackenzie, action items for this meeting?
Okay, so the first action item, we've got Mr. Fuller to reach out to NCEES and respond to Rex Gallion in response to his comment today. Jill to put a timeline, a compliance timeline on the board's SharePoint site. Proceed with options, task force, the 1843 task force and practice committee to proceed with options 1, 5, and 6 for RCW 18.43, including composition and number of board members. PC and task force 1843 task force to move forward with title language approved and placed on hold in June of 2022 and stakeholder meetings. Go ahead, Doug.
The prior one, it included 1843 and 18210.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Executive committee to review the strategic planning items document and reduce down to highest values, including metrics and progression. Proceed with director evaluation procedure with board comment section to provide direction to the director. File CR 102 for WAC 19621. Board staff to, I see I skipped one already. So board staff to conduct stakeholder meetings or send out this to stakeholders, the language from 26A and 30. Board staff to send NCEES the funded delegates for the Western Zone meeting, funded being Aaron, Jim, and Doug, non-funded being Marjorie and Ivan, first time for Mike, and as Western Zone Secretary for Dave, both are funded. Miss Ware to add decoupling to the strategic planning items list and assign that to EQC. We missed anything we need to add or just?
Is staff supposed to prepare an emeritus policy?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Aren't you supposed to?
I've got it in here somewhere. All right.
All right, thanks, Mackenzie. Agenda items for next meeting, Mackenzie.
Yeah, I've got two here. It looks like, and we might need to kind of rework the item name, but WAC 196-34 and WAC 196-16-120 PDH review is what I have it as. And then director evaluation conducted in closed session in
Yes.
February. Do we have any other items from board meeting in February?
There's gonna be more, but I click this in now. All right, thank you. Does anyone want to keep meeting?
Well, so one question that we have.
Okay.
Back after that question, on the outreach, do we do the NCWS chords?
Yes, we did them this last year and it's very beneficial. We created a lot of great connections.
Okay.
And I did mention, I wanted to see what you guys thought of this event that we had yesterday. And make sure that you guys all thought that that was positive. This is worth doing again. Our meet and greet we had yesterday and.
Always forgot.
Well, yeah, I really liked it. I was kind of thinking that we should have maybe said something like about, thank you, or who the people in the room maybe were, or just recognizing various individuals.
It was planned and it didn't happen. And that was because just too much going on all at one moment.
Yeah, no worries. No, that was great.
But
I was at the ready.
no, it wasn't Dave. Dave was prepped, but we just had 5 or 6 things going on all right at that same moment. So that's one of the things, we are having a postmortem about it next week to talk about.
Yeah,
these things.
no, that's a good comment. We huddled and it's like, at the time we would have done it, it would have seemed awkward, kind of,
Yeah.
but I know Shannon asked as well. We could have, I don't know if we needed to get out. Yeah, but.
We planned it at the beginning as a welcome kind of thing.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here type thing, but I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, maybe as you plan it, maybe do that introductory, so we have actually a little bit in because of the bleed in.
Yeah. That was part of the problem.
Yeah.
People were filtering.
Plan to say, plan to thank you on collecting here, we want to introduce what we're doing. And, yeah, that's fine.
But back to the core thing, we made some good connections, very good connections with colleges, universities through that. And we want to take advantage of some of that. Gonzaga might be one of them that's put on our radar, maybe and to get to the other end of the state too. And we'll keep growing this then and maybe get some larger schools and such too. This was kind of our test run. But
Yeah, no, thanks for putting it together.
thanks to Mike for the.
And if I may too, Greg and I are, so Spokane in October, we've kind of played with the idea of possibly reaching out to Gonzaga and eventually doing something similar. This is just top saying bar.
Okay, Zag.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just over here saying the same thing. It's not saying.
If you're watching C Sports, then it's Gonzaga.
Well, it's also Spokane.
Spokane.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely helps them.
Yeah, they call it Spokane.
Well, I should say everybody.
Okay, who else wants to keep meeting?
You adjourn?
A second.
All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed?
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
That's in your first lesson, how to win. Meeting your boss always goes well. Exactly.
Thanks, everyone.
Have to get some-
Bye.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Ken.
Oh, yeah. I'll just say that.
I'll see if I can,